Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Can y'all hear me? I see we already got some people up in the chat. Let me shout y'all out. Let's see, we got Lisa Lena up in the house. Chronicles of Marceline, what's up? The It Yo. Hey Sun Tarot Dharma Astrology, what's up? Oro, what's up? We got Diggable Planet up in the house. We got Scarred Owl up in the house. Cutie Q up in the house. What's up? C. Thomas up in the house. Another Diggable Planet. Hey Josh. Hey Indigo. Another Diggable Planet. Femme Queen up in the house. All right. So as you see with the title of this video, we're going to be getting into Mars and Pisces tonight. Mars is still in Pisces. So some of y'all might still need to get your asses in gear because Mars and Pisces can kind of slow you down, can kind of cause you to be a little lazy and too complacent with shit. And yeah, so we still got a little bit more to go with Mars being in Pisces. And a lot of y'all already know Mercury is retrograde. So, just do the usual. Just be extra careful when you're driving and when you're corresponding with people, text, call, email, all that type of stuff. Just double check everything. But this is also a good time to reminisce. Hey, Tara, what's up? We got King of Wands up in here, Samira up in here. Hey, Roma. Hey, DJ Destiny. Hey, No Meat, Please. Hey, Tracism. We got Undercover Astrology up in the house. So, yeah, with Mercury retrograde, just do the usual in terms of taking extra precautions, especially while driving, especially while Mercury is still in Gemini. So we got a little ways to go before Mercury leaves Gemini. So definitely be careful when you're out on the road, but also just be careful with your tongue too. Be careful with your mouth. Hey, Temperance Cold Tarot, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. We got the light up in here. Hey, Golden Owl, another Diggable Planet up in the house. Alienated up in the house. So, yeah, we're about to get it on and popping, but I'm going to wait till this room fills up. Now, as you can see, I got Heath Ledger up on here because he got Mars and Pisces. So he's going to be the ambassador for Mars and Pisces tonight, because when you see this image of him right here, that's Mars and Pisces all day, because Mars and Pisces could be a clown. And it could be a badly behaving clown even. So him being this psychopathic clown, the Joker, very much dealing with Mars and Pisces. Him becoming very immersed in his role as the Joker, very Mars and Pisces. Him having a hard time separating reality from movie is very Mars and Pisces. Even the drug situation, because they said he died of a drug overdose, very Mars and Pisces as well. But he could have also been a sacrifice, which is very Mars and Pisces as well. So he just seemed like a troubled soul, but we'll get more into him a little bit later. But we first got to talk about this individual. So let me share my screen and bring this person up because he's been recently in the news. To be real, it's got to be real. Now, I went to Twitter thanks to Indigo. Indigo sent me the link to Twitter where I saw the video. I saw it in action. To be real. Then that's what I was saying when I saw that. I was like, oh, okay, that's on some real shit. Now, he got a nice piece. I'll admit that. He got a nice piece. He's not my cup of tea in terms of the way he looks. I don't really go for dudes that look like that. But he was definitely packing instead of lacking. I'll say that. And it wasn't even erect. It was some kind that, you like to take a shower with them and you like to see that water just drip off the tip of their, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and there was a pretty, that water had to travel a little down, like a little ways to get to that tip. So I was like, okay, he working with a nice tool. Okay. The one said it's fat. Oh, I did forget to send it to you. Indigo, hook her up with the link. Or I'll send it to you when I get done this live stream. But I wasn't complaining. I was like, okay, make my day. You said why I call you out? Hey, look, now it's the time to like get things off your chest, because this is where it's time to just hang loose while Mars is still in Pisces. So everybody just relax. Don't mind if you happen to shine right about now. You send me, I know you send me. That's what I was singing when I saw that. I know you send me. Honest you do, honest you do. Whoa, whoa. At first I thought it was infatuation. No, I wasn't singing that song. But no, that shit is something to sing about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty sure once he got done with you, you would be singing. You'd be like, I got love on my mind. Yeah. You'd be like, this could be an everlasting love. This could be. You automatically know how to play the piano and shit. You just rocking back and forth. This could be. Woo, won't some good dick do it? I mean, some good. I'm starting off getting sexual already, but hey. Also with Mars and Pisces, that's basically about sexual fantasies. So you could have some women right now fantasizing about him. So let me just tell you what's in his chart that makes him so comfortable with being butt ass naked on stage. He does have the butt naked South Node. That South Node is in Aquarius at the first degree. Let me just pull up his chart. This could be an everlasting love. This could be. All right. So he got that South Node, first degree of Aquarius. And that first degree can pertain to the ego, can pertain to exhibitionism, can pertain to acting, performing, all that. So that's really good for him, just letting it all hang out on stage. And then he got, what is that? Saturn and Jupiter trine South Node in Aquarius. That means since he took it all off, he's getting some more fans right about now. And basically, that's dealing with a lot of admirers he has as a result of him taking it all off for the sake of his career, because that Saturn is involved. So it's like, yeah, that can make him very popular with the ladies. Can also result in him being in an open relationship. Now, is he married? Who did he used to date? King of Wands, you say you have your son at the first degree. Thank you, Indigo. Hey, Supreme Goddess. So he's divorced. Who was he married to? I'll look it up. Perfect combination. Love puts you and me. Perfect combination. We couldn't ask for any better. Too hard. Indigo, I might have to bring you on tonight, man. We're going to have to do some duets because I'm in a singing mood. Where you at? We're going to have to team up and sing some duets. So he was married. He's divorced now. Okay. Let me see what his wife looked like. Jesse Williams and wife. Okay. She was a sister. Okay. I wonder why. Does anybody know why they didn't work out? What, did he cheat? What, did the low down dirty bastard cheat? Let me see what his Mars is in. So his Mars is in Cancer. That's one of the reasons why he was so comfortable playing in the film about gay men, So it's dealing with something with the clip I saw, he was basically trying to jump on this dude in the shower. I was like, what the hell is going on? So he got Mars and Cancer with that Aquarius South Node, so I'm pretty sure he swings both ways. And his wife, she looked like the type that would look the other way. But she was probably very controlling with his moon conjoined to Pluto. So he did cheat. Probably with a man. Did it come out that it was a woman? Thank you, Marley. You said, hey, Rod, did you hear that Kendrick Lamar album? My God, it's so good. I didn't hear it yet, so I'm going to check it out now that you said that. Thanks for letting me know. And thank you so much for that super chat. It's never too late to stop. Look, listen to your heart, hear what it's saying. Stop. Look, listen to your heart, hear what it's saying. Love. A lot of y'all don't know that song. Who sang that? Was that the Spinners? No, that wasn't the Spinners. Was it Enchantment? Somebody let me know. I know I got some old heads up in here. Somebody let me know who sings that song, because I'm going to have to hear it later tonight. Hey, Lisa, thank you so much for your super chat. You said, hey, Ra, how does my brother see me? Stylistics. I knew Delisha would know. Isn't that the shit? Stop. Look. Listen to your heart, hear what it's saying. Stop. Yes. Oh, yeah, I love the Stylistics. Thank you, Oro. So Oro got it, too. I'm going to have to hear that later on tonight. That's one of them songs where you might be shedding tears about. Know what else song? Old school, oldie I love. I don't know if I can hit that right note. Oh, girl, tell me, where do we go from here? Enchantment. Wasn't that Enchantment? Oh my God, that song will make me tear up. And I am in a sing-songy mood. It's Mars and Pisces, and Mars is in my second house, so y'all just gonna have to forgive me. All right, so you said, how does my brother see me? You said Slow Flow by the Braxtons. I don't know if I heard that song. But I know. Just let go. That's a very Mars and Pisces song. Let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. Everything's gonna work out right, you know. Just let go. All right, I got the 9 of Cups, which means that he kind of sees you as being kind of like spoiled, that you always get your way, and that you're not like really willing to budge when it comes to getting what you want. So, but it's not a bad card. He just sees you as, you know, a little spoiled. Like you also, like you could be more concerned about your own self than him. So there might have been times, especially when he was younger, that he wanted to play with you and you was like, nah, get out of here, fool. All right, you also said, hey, my sibling has North Node in Leo at 12 degrees and Sun in Leo at 29 in the 8th house. Is it dangerous? Sun square Mars. Now, I don't like that Sun square Mars aspect, because that could cause him to get into some serious conflicts. Could even be where he gets injured by somebody, like he might get shot or stabbed. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but that's an aspect where he really got to make sure that he's not surrounded by lowlifes and people that are going to do him dirty. Because, especially because that Sun is in the 8th house at the 29th degree. So he really got to watch out for friends, so-called friends, I'll say. Hope that helps. Oh, yeah, I love the Delphonics, too. And I want the world to know I'm sorry. That was the shit. But, yeah, so back to Mars and Pisces. But I guess we're pretty much done with Jesse Williams. But that was a sight to see this week. I mean, I was just like really digging that. Now, that is very indicative of Mars and Pisces, because Pisces is one of the signs that deals with acting and the theater. And also, Pisces deals with video. So Mars and Pisces could deal with seeing a man on a video and it's like really enticing. La 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 means I love you. All right. So we might as well get this underway right away. So anybody that sends me a super chat, you're gonna have to just wait till I get at least halfway through. A couple of people got on my ass the past live stream. They was like, "Why don't you do the readings at the end?" So I'm gonna try to make a compromise. So anybody that posts a super chat, number one, please post your question in the super chat field. Or if you send me a Cash App, please post a question in the Cash App message. And then I'll get to your questions after I get done some of this Mars and Pisces. Because I got a lot to talk about with this Mars and Pisces. Now, a lot of dealing with Mars and Pisces is going to be the same as Sun and Pisces. But keep in mind that Mars is more forceful. Mars is more action oriented. Mars deals with your actions. It also deals with your identity. So what you identify as. So somebody could be a Capricorn, for instance, but have Mars and Pisces, and you might, if you don't know about their chart, you might look at them and be like, they're not a typical Capricorn. And that's because they got that Mars and Pisces, which is going to soften them up to a large degree. Unless they're a low down Capricorn, because they could always use that Mars to victimize people or to enslave people and whatnot. So Mars is basically representing what you do and also who you are on an individual level. Basically, when you talk about I am this, I am that, that's dealing with your Mars. So anybody got Mars and Pisces up in here? Who got Mars and Pisces up in here? If you got Mars and Pisces, press 1. And if you ever dated somebody with Mars and Pisces, press 2. Hey, Cherry Bell. Hey, LaBoo. You said Ricky Martin is a Capricorn with Mars and Pisces. Okay. And yeah, he don't strike me as a typical Capricorn. I can see the Capricorn in him, but I also see that Mars and Pisces strong. So Josie got Mars and Pisces. Amira got Mars and Pisces. Who else? Crystal got Mars and Pisces. Temperance Cold Tarot. And that Mars and Pisces is good for tarot. Also, let me see who we got. So Amira has dated a Mars and Pisces person. Angela has dated a Mars and Pisces person. Red Bunny got Mars and Pisces. Me B has dated a Mars and Pisces. DJ Destiny Night Owl is a Mars and Pisces. So yeah, quite a few of y'all. So y'all gonna be you could say tantalized, and Mars and Pisces can be quite tantalizing. And also that the term fascination. Pisces is a sign of fascination. So Mars and Pisces people like to be fascinated or could become fascinated with someone or something. Thank you, Kawhi honey. So I'll get to your super chat after I get past this Pisces, at least halfway through. Roma said, I think my Mars is either squaring or opposing my Neptune. I really do need self-discipline and not just be up in the clouds all the time. Amira said, I married my astrological twin, basically. Okay. So did anybody have a negative experience with a Mars and Pisces person? Let me know. Let me know. Anybody have a bad experience with a Mars and Pisces person? So you said the YouTuber Shira Star Goddess. I remember her. Shira 7. She's a Sun and Mars in Pisces. Makes sense. Isn't she an Aquarius? PJ Staten, you said my ascendant is in Pisces. I feel that the Pisces ascendant is one of the most challenging ones to have, but in some respects, it can result in being spoiled. So you're going to hear me say spoiled quite a bit because Pisces is a sign that can result in being spoiled. People with Mars and Pisces, they may expect to be spoiled, or they might just feel like they're special. They might feel like they're above doing like menial labor and like hard work and things like that. They might want to be pampered. Pampering is very Pisces. They might work in a profession where they pamper others, such as a massage therapist, or working in a spa, or being an esthetician, like doing facials and shit. Being a hairstylist, being a manicurist, all that good stuff. That's one of the things I love about Mars and Pisces. Like, Mars and Pisces produces a very good stylist. Cherry Bell, since you're a diggable planet, send your question to my email, and then I'll check my email when I get through. And same with all the diggable planets. If you have a question, you can ask one question and send it to my email for a free one card reading. So basically, Mars and Pisces is that visionary. Mars and Pisces is also the one that's going to save the day, basically, you could say. And of course, Mars and Pisces is the artist. So a lot of people with Mars and Pisces could have, a high degree of artistic ability. It's like they are the artist, especially in terms of being like a starving artist, because that's one of the things that could trip a Mars and Pisces up is if they're an artist, they could be so idealistic that they don't want to take a regular job, and they might keep on holding out for their big break, and it might take a long time getting there, or maybe they're just not as good as they think they are, or maybe they're just not willing to sell their soul or what have you. And then next thing you know, they're starving because they haven't basically just accept certain responsibilities and get to work. So Mars and Pisces is one of those signs where they're just not really good at just working any old type of job just to make money. They could really get down in the dumps if they're doing some type of work that either goes against their values or principles or whatever, or if it's just something like menial drudgery labor. Now, if they do have to get a job like that, they could check out if possible, or they could be calling out of work a lot, showing up late a lot, basically dropping the ball or messing things up. And this is what people with Mars and Pisces got to be careful of, because if, let's say, you hate your job and you be complaining about your job all the time, don't be surprised if you do some fucked up shit on the job, and next thing you know, you get fired, or where just circumstances happen where you lose your job. So if you are wishing for another job, you really got to make it happen and look for another job. Don't just hope that it's going to fall into your lap, because you might lose the job you have, because Pisces is the wish master. So when you wishing on something, it very well could come true. So you could definitely activate your dreams and visions when you have Mars and Pisces. That's why you got to be very careful what you wish for. That Mars and Pisces is no joke. So Mars and Pisces is also the healer. So you'll have a lot of Mars and Pisces people work in the healing professions, whether they're doctors or nurses, or, there's some type of caregiver or what have you. Mars and Pisces is also the pacifist. I mean, they want everybody to get along. And they could get quite down when, like, let's say a person with Mars and Pisces has to grow up in a family that's always fighting all the time. A lot of times they're going to absorb that energy to their detriment. And it's really going to get them down, and it can affect the way they basically operate and the way they carry out their lives outside of home. So Mars and Pisces is very sensitive to whatever's going on in their environment. So if a kid has Mars and Pisces and they're growing up amidst all this chaos, and parents are at each other's neck, and there's just abuse going on and all types of stuff, that will scar a Mars and Pisces kid more than, let's say, a kid that has Mars and Sagittarius. And they might not even vocalize the pain that they're going through. They might do things to self-medicate, because Mars and Pisces is that self-medication sign. So the pacifist. So again, wanting everybody to get along, hating, conflict and all that type of stuff. Now, this is one of the saddest things about Mars and Pisces, and not everybody with Mars and Pisces is like this. And the reason why, if you're not like this, is because you've devoted your life to a higher cause. But if you haven't, a lot of times people with Mars and Pisces are lacking a strong sense of self or lacking a strong ego identification. And with that, that brings the potential for them to become basically anybody. And in that, right, they could become a charlatan, or they could become someone's slave, or they could become some type of like mind control zombie type of person because they're not aware, they're not self aware. So the more you put yourself into higher pursuits, like devoting yourself to a charitable cause, or devoting yourself to like the healing professions, or being an artist and continuing to make art the center of your life, you really need some type of purpose that centers around those three disciplines: um, medicine, art, or spirituality. But with the spirituality, there's always a chance of going too far into that spiritual realm, which I'll get into in a minute as well. But yeah, Pisces, Mars and Pisces, just think about Pisces ruling the sea. And I got Sun conjunct Neptune. I love the sea. I love oceans, and I love like just seeing large bodies of water and ships and stuff like that. So some people with Mars and Pisces, they might be into that. They might be into ships and seas and oceans and all this type of stuff. Living around water might actually help when you have Mars and Pisces, especially in the fourth house, maybe even in the third, where you're within walking distance to a large body of water or what have you. It can have a very calming effect upon people with Mars and Pisces. But what was I getting at? I totally oh, this is what I was getting at. The analogy with the ocean and the seas. So, every ship needs an anchor, right? So Mars and Pisces people, they need something that's going to anchor them to this earth. And again, it could be an artistic discipline. It could be working in the field of healthcare or medicine. It could be being a spiritual advisor. It could be working for a nonprofit organization. It could be creating your own charitable foundation. But you need something that acts as an anchor. Some of them will use their partner as an anchor, but if that partner were to leave them, now they're drowning. Now there's a sinking ship. Also, they could attract somebody that's going to sink that ship, and they might go down with the sinking ship just because they're too devoted. So Mars and Pisces people can be too devoted, can be devoted to a fault if you're not careful. So can be selfless to a fault. So that basically goes hand in hand with what I'm saying about being devoted to a fault. So Mars and Pisces people need to realize that you're not always meant to rescue everybody. You're not always meant to play the role of the savior. Now sometimes it's good, and sometimes you're the only one that can save the day. But you don't always have to live your life according to like this martyrdom type of theme. Passive aggressiveness is a very Mars and Pisces trait. I mean, Mars and Pisces is the epitome of passive aggressiveness. It basically just is what it is. So, Pisces is that very sneaky and secretive sign. So, Pisces could take a lot. Pisces could take a beating, but then you never know if Pisces is scheming on you to get back at you, behind the scenes. So, I wouldn't underestimate a Mars and Pisces person. I'll just say that. And a lot of times they got their ancestors and their angels and spirit guides on their side that are going to protect them. Like you don't want for real, you don't want to mess with a Mars and Pisces person if they're a good person, because this is a person that does have spiritual protection, and they don't even got to call on the spirit or the ancestors or anything when somebody be fucking with them unjustifiably. So yeah, you got to be careful of how you treat a Mars and Pisces individual, because again, usually a lot of times they are coming from a position of selflessness, or they have big hearts where they really want to help people out and do the right thing for people and all that type of stuff. Thank you so much for your super sticker, Temperance Cole. That was so generous of you. Thank you so much. Romance, thank you for your super chat. I'll get to your question later as I get deeper into Mars and Pisces. So, y'all feeling me so far? Some of what I'm saying? Let me see before I continue on what some of y'all are saying. Thank you, I Shine, for your super chat. I'll get to your question later on. Temperance Cole Tarot said, I'm late to work every day. My Mars and Jupiter both in Pisces. Well, there it is. Yup. Jupiter going, wow, what's up? You said my third oldest sister is a Mars and North Node in Pisces in the eighth house. She's mentally disabled. She's been in and out of the psych ward 3 times. Definitely could see that happening with that placement. Crystal said, can other placements cancel the artistic traits of Pisces Mars, like Chiron and the fix, for example? Most definitely. Because not all people with Mars and Pisces are going to have that artistic. No, I'll say this. All of them have artistic talent, but some of this talent is latent or projected onto other people. So if they're not using it themselves, they could be a big fan of art, certain forms of art, like music, dance, going to dance concerts and stuff. But you'll see it in some ways. You'll see some artistic expression in some ways. Case in point, my mother, she got Mars and Pisces, and she doesn't play any instruments. She doesn't do any art or whatever. But where you see her Mars and Pisces shine, she's a beast when it comes to interior decorating. Like she just has that natural ability to make a home look like one of those homes in Better Homes and Gardens magazine. So that's how she's basically channeling her Mars in Pisces. She got Venus in Pisces too, so that helps. So yeah, not everybody with Mars in Pisces is going to be an artist, and that's why some of them might be healers. Some of them might be more on the spiritual end. Some of them you might work in a zoo. So I will be going through some of the Mars and Pisces professions as well. Supreme Goddess said, this is awesome. Well, thank you. All right, let's get back into it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. For those that can dance and clap your hands to it. All right, so also with Mars and Pisces, living a lie, that's a manifestation. Not saying everybody with Mars and Pisces will live a lie, but this is where you also got to be careful of the men in your life. So you could attract a man that's living a lie when you have Mars and Pisces. He could also be passive aggressive. Also operating in secret, Mars and Pisces. So there could be times where you're trying to operate undercover, stay under the radar, or where you are just holding on to some serious, deep secret, and it might be plaguing you. Being a chameleon. So that's very much Mars and Pisces. With some Mars and Pisces people, you really don't know what you're going to get. They might change per the company that they keep. So when they're around their family, they might be a certain way. When they're around their friends, they might be a certain way. When they're around their lover, they might be a certain way. Mars and Pisces is also the shapeshifter, the skinwalker, you can even say. So in Arizona, we have this real phenomenon. I told some of y'all about this because I remember I was spooking some of y'all out during a live stream. And Mars and Pisces does deal with a strong affinity with the paranormal, the supernatural and stuff. So Mars and Pisces can be a shapeshifter. And in some cases, in the most realist sense, like with these skinwalkers in Arizona that be on the Indian reservations. So basically, you have some Native Americans. A lot of times, they're like a group of young dudes that, they don't have really much to do where they live and they don't really have nothing to hope for. So they do this magic ritual where they put on like this animal skin after like taking certain probably substances and doing some chants and stuff like that. And then they can basically shape shift into the animal of the skin hide that they're wearing. And they don't look fully like the animal. It's like they look like a half human animal hybrid creature. And the thing is, my oldest daughter, she had one of her best friends was Native American. Her mother told us that she saw that one of those skinwalkers on the road when she was driving towards the reservation. So I have firsthand account of somebody that came face to face with one of those skinwalkers. Luckily, she was in her car and she kept driving. But she said it was like a rabbit, a half man, half rabbit. And this rabbit was like jumping 6 feet into the air and shit and like jumped over her car. So, Queen Dara said I could do it on Blackfoot. Well, I'm scared of you then, because I'm like, shit. But yeah, Mars in Pisces can be a shapeshifter. Now, on the more figurative sense, it could be where they can really take on a whole nother identity. And this is what makes them so good at acting. Denzel Washington, for instance, has Mars and Pisces. I was watching Training Day today for like the umpteenth time just to look at Denzel Washington in action because he has that Mars and Pisces. And him playing that dirty cop, like he really got fully immersed into that role and became that character. And that's very indicative of Mars and Pisces. And he was real smooth with it too. Like at no point did you like have doubt that what he was portraying was realistic. I'll say that, like the whole way through, even down to that Monte Carlo, that black Monte Carlo. I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, that's the car I want to be riding in this movie. I wouldn't be surprised if he picked that shit out because that fit him to a T. Matter of fact, you could even say he's playing a Mars and Pisces individual in that movie, because he's a narcotics officer. Well, he's a detective, right? But then he has some narcotics officers underneath him and stuff, and yeah, he's living a secret life because he's a dirty cop. So that's very Mars and Pisces. So yeah, he played that role really well, my nigga. All right. So Mars and Pisces again will make sacrifices on behalf of others, and they can be like heroes. They could be the superhero. But going back along the lines of shapeshifters, I call people with Mars and Pisces Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, because that's basically what they are. So they might seem ordinary on the surface, some of them, but again, that's why I was like, don't underestimate them, because they are like on some Mighty Morphin Power Ranger shit. Some of them got superhuman powers and shit. So the superhero is very much Mars and Pisces, and that points to the superhero wearing some type of disguise with the cape and all that, and how he has this secret life. A lot of times the superhero is a regular man on, during the day, but then at night he turns into the superhero and fights crime or whatever like that. That's very Mars and Pisces. Mars and Pisces is also the mastermind, and that's where it goes hand in hand with being a visionary. So Mars and Pisces, they might fumble when it comes to taking action and carrying things out, but they could be good masterminds, like plotting and scheming and shit, coming up with the plan, visualize the plan working and all that stuff. Victims and victimizers. So Mars and Pisces can be a victim, or they could be a victimizer. They could set out to victimize people. And Mars and Pisces can also result in sexual victimization as well. It can also result in self-sabotage. So it could cause the person to sabotage themselves, especially unconsciously. Also, Mars and Pisces produces that sultriness, that sultry look a lot of them have. Even Denzel Washington has that sultry look, if you know what I'm talking about. Let me pull up a picture of him. Not a recent picture because he is kind of aging, but I'm gonna pull up a picture when he was younger, and I'll show you what I mean when I say that sultry. Also, it's like a smolder. Not that picture. He looked like a duck in that picture. We'll do it this one right here, because I should play this movie for my Patreon this weekend and force y'all to watch it. Malcolm X. I think oh, and that's the thing. That's another example. Malcolm X. So Denzel playing Malcolm X. He fully immersed himself in that role where he was very believable. Like he became Malcolm X in that movie. So you see what I mean about that sultry look? Don't he have a sultry look? Don't he look like he would be drinking some red wine and a little bit like pour down his lip and then you like lick that shit off? Like he got that sultry look. That sultry brown sugar pecan. Yeah. Now, of course, with age, you tend to lose some of your looks, but yeah, he had it going on back then. You said he looked like a dominator, but yeah, that's the sultriness that I speak of. Let me show you another example of the sultriness that I speak of. Just 1 second. Marilyn Monroe had that sultry look. And Pisces is also the sign of glamour. So she was like the epitome of glamour. And she's in one of my lists because I categorized some of the themes dealing with Pisces, and I put some famous people under those categories. So I'll be talking about her a little bit later too. But she had that sultry look that I speak of, and that like smoldering look. And then she was like that glamorous type of girl, which is very Mars and Pisces. So Mars and Pisces can deal with steamy sex or like that steamy level. Really, the stuff you see in movies, honestly. Now, some people with Mars and Pisces might actually experience that type of sex life where it's all steamy, and you know how it be in the movies where they rush home and then he slams her up against the wall and like rips off her clothes and all that type of stuff. Like that type of sex scene, the stuff of movies. Well, some people in Mars and Pisces, they might, actually get a chance to get it on like that a couple of times. And it could be because of the repressed sexual urges that could go on with Mars and Pisces. Like, for instance, with Mars and Pisces dealing with secret sexual affairs, you and your boss, let's say you got Mars and Pisces in the 10th house, that could deal with a sexual secret affair with your boss. And there's this sexual tension between you guys, and y'all been dealing with each other for a whole year before y'all have even touched each other in a romantic sense. And then when you finally get some time alone, that's when it's like he shoves you up against the wall and rips open your blouse, and then he kisses all over your neck, and he just starts filling you all up, and you're just like, take me now, that type of stuff. So the stuff of fantasies, the stuff of movies, that could be very much a Mars and Pisces type of sex life. Also, Mars and Pisces women, they could get away with murder in terms of sex. Like, basically, they could just have a man opening up his wallet for them. I told you Pisces women, period, are like this. But have a man just opening up his wallet, total simp, because Mars and Pisces can be the simp. So women with Mars and Pisces can attract that simp that's going to have his tongue on the floor, and that's going to be having his wallet wide open. And all you letting him do is lick the kitty cat. And he's so grateful. He's so helpy. He's like, I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. Yeah, you could attract that type. But you can also attract the Dudley do-wrongs too. Even the kind that leave doo-doo in their booty crack. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Especially if that Mars is in the 8th house. Lord have mercy. Watch out. You might have to give him a bath your damn self. He might be like Pigpen. Remember from Peanuts, Charlie Brown? Pigpen, that cloud of funk was always surrounding him. Some guys that got Mars and Pisces, they might be a little too bohemian. They might be a little too hippie like. They might be the type that wears some like free form dreads and all types of lice and bugs and ants and spiders all crawling up on that shit. Like, they might be a little too, out there in terms of the way they live their life and all that type of stuff. So you just got to get with the right guy. If you got Mars and Pisces, you got to, like, you might have to do a smell check just to make sure that he's clean down there. Because Mars and Pisces is also the sign of embarrassment. So you might have to embarrass your man on a few occasions. Like, tell him, like, look, you need a few Tic Tacs. Or look, you need some wet wipes for that ass. It's kind of crunchy back there. That's why you always scratching the crack of your ass. So yeah, some of these men they could use a little help in the hygiene department if you got Mars and Pisces. But back to what I was saying, because I digress. So Mars and Pisces can have this issue with accountability. So some Mars and Pisces, they want to come across as a saint, want to seem like they're blameless, like they don't ever do anything wrong. And a lot of them will always have an excuse for what they did. Well, you hit that lady. Yeah, well, she was turning a bit too slow, but it's like they always got an excuse for shit. So issues with accountability, wanting to place blame on him or her or the universe or their cat or their dog or something. They need something to point the finger at. And the reason is because they're the last sign. So they got 11 signs that they could point the finger at and talk about it was them, not me. I didn't do it. I'm just a helpless creature. I don't know what I'm doing. So that could be an issue. But what could also be an issue when you have Mars and Pisces is being falsely accused. It can deal with being false identity, or what is it called? Mistaken identity. You might get locked up because they like you fit the description of this person that we're trying to catch. And next thing you know, you like trying to find a lawyer to get your ass up out of that situation. So being falsely accused is a possibility. Also, Mars and Pisces, and this is true for Mars and any water sign, but especially Pisces and Cancer. But Mars and Pisces can result in getting burnt by a hot liquid, boiling water, hot tea, hot coffee. So, yeah, be careful when it comes to hot liquids when you got Mars and Pisces. Just be careful in general, because Mars and Pisces people, they could trip themselves up sometimes. And sometimes it could be because they just don't feel like going to work on a particular day. And next thing you know, they fall down a manhole and some shit when they're crossing the street because they didn't want to go to work. They hate their job. And the universe is like, okay, so we'll fix it so you don't have to go to work. So again, you got to be careful what you wish for. Sometimes that wishing can cause you to sabotage yourself unconsciously. Also, this is the sad part about Pisces in general, but also Mars and Pisces. This is where you could be overlooked. Your name could be omitted. You could be like passed over. So, like, for instance, you could be the one doing all the work in the office or doing most of the work, solving all the problems, but you get passed over for a promotion. Or when it comes to, handing out certificates or whatever, your name gets omitted. They don't shout you out when it comes to, graduation time. You got a scholarship and shit. And they didn't call your name, and now you feel all like fucked up. Like, damn, I'm standing right here. So, see, the thing is with Mars and Pisces, you can't have it both ways. With Sun in Pisces, Mars in Pisces, Mercury in Pisces, you got to keep this in mind. You can't have it both ways. So there's going to be times where you're going to be able to operate undetected. But then there's going to be other times when people aren't detecting you when you need them to, or people aren't giving you the proper attention, or they're not giving you the shine, or they're basically trying to steal your shine. So it goes both ways. The operating in secrecy versus not being noticed, being overlooked, being skipped, being ignored. Sometimes people literally can't see you. Now, Pisces, of course, is the outcast. So that's another reason that goes hand in hand with like being ignored, being skipped, being overlooked. It's like Pisces is an all inclusive sign, but it also deals with the outcast. And with that, when you're an outcast, a lot of times you do want to be included with others, but you're not. So that's like two sides of the same coin. Mars in Pisces can be the clown, and sometimes it can be the literal clown, like Heath Ledger. Let me bring up this picture again. So Heath Ledger had Mars in Pisces, and he played that Joker role to the hilt. Like, he really became fully immersed in that role. Like I speak about Pisces being immersion. So Mars and Pisces can produce a very fine actor, and he was very convincing in this role. And he just allowed himself to just be as Mars and Pisces as he could absolutely be. Now, Heath Ledger was an Aries, but he's very much a Mars and Pisces. Like, he was very much showing that Mars and Pisces. And then the Aries sun just helped him to be very violent with it. So let me just pull up his chart. I remember when he played in what was that movie? Why was I gonna say Black Snake Moan? But it was the other movie where Halle Berry was in it, Monsters Ball. Remember he played in the beginning part as Billy Bob Thornton's son, and he committed suicide. He seemed so sad in that movie. Now I will say, you'll have some people with Mars and Pisces. They do have this sad look to them. They either have this sad look, or this look of vulnerability, or just a look of craziness. So a lot of times, and this is true with some Pisces suns too, where you can just see this sadness behind their eyes. And they may not even be sad at the moment, but it's like, I'll tell you what it is. It's those tears that are in reserve, like just waiting to come out. So Mars and Pisces in terms of acting can be really good for like being able to cry on cue too. But Heath Ledger, again, he was an Aries sun, but he had a stellium in Pisces, including Mars, Mercury, the South Node, and Venus. And with that Pisces stellium, he was able to like really let himself go into his film roles and really become that character, especially with Mars conjoined to Mercury, because that means that he can really take on the mindset of his character. Now, the danger is it could cause him to go too far. Yeah, I never seen Brokeback Mountain, even though my man, what's his name, Jake Gyllenhaal is in it, and I think Jake Gyllenhaal is sexy. He fine. But yeah, I have not seen Brokeback Mountain. Yeah, I remember he was in A Knight's Tale. I don't think I've seen that either. But yeah, so all that Pisces energy could cause him to go too far. It can cause him to have a problem with drug addiction, alcoholism, and but the main thing is him just being swallowed up by Hollywood. That's what can happen if you don't have a strong sense of self. Now he did have again that sun in Aries, but it was squaring his moon in Cancer. So that Cancer moon was taken away from his strong sense of self that Aries sun would produce. That Cancer moon made him soft, and his feelings will often get in the way of his ability to basically just live life in a way where he could be a strong, independent individual. So, Sun Square Moon is one of the more challenging aspects because it can deal with where you can't really be rational. You will allow your emotions to override your rationality. Your wants are often in conflicts with your needs. There could be a woman that was in his life that basically messed things up or did him dirty or something. Make me think of those the Olsen twins. Wasn't he real good friends with one of those Olsen twins? But yeah, that's that. So I think they say he died of a drug overdose. Wasn't that true? But I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of those sacrifices. Because didn't he die right before that movie was released? Didn't he die before the movie even came out, The Dark Knight? Ellie said he was doing pills with one of those friends, one of those twins. Queen Dara D said, yes, he did. I blame Jake for it. Who's Jake? Jack Nicholson? Or Jake Gyllenhaal? So that's to me that's kind of sketchy. The fact that he died before the movie premiered, that's like a huge sacrifice. Yeah, something don't add up with this. He had Neptune squaring his nodes, and that could be very problematic in terms of some type of secrets or deception. That can even be dealing with him being a sacrifice. But it can also deal with a drug overdose too. But maybe he was overdosed, if you know what I'm saying. All right, moving along. So Pisces is the idealist. So some people with Mars and Pisces, they might live according to an ideal, or they might try to live an idealistic lifestyle, or they might be going after the ideal in terms of a partner, the sailor. So again, people with Mars and Pisces, some of them could have an affinity with the sea and sea life and oceans and seas and sailing or going on a yacht, all that good stuff, going on a cruise. Also, Mars and Pisces can be known as the liar, also the perpetrator, the cheat. A lot of them will cheat to get over, or will try to take shortcuts, cut corners. It's like nobody looking. Yeah, that's why you got to watch them. Also, some people with Mars and Pisces could be quite sleazy, and some could just be creepy. Also, Mars and Pisces can be a bleeding heart, for any little precious thing or like animals and all that type of stuff. Nothing wrong with that, but sometimes they could take it too far, and that's how they could get fooled, because somebody could come to them with tears rolling down their face and their hand out, and next thing you know, this Mars and Pisces is rushing to help them out in some way, and then they get burnt by that person. Of course, Mars and Pisces can produce an addict, like I talked about with Heath Ledger. And this is an addict that can be a hardcore addict. They could be a lifelong addict. This could be in and out of rehab addict. Thank you for your super chat, King Jason. You said you sent the email about the 18 video with me, and I wanted to ask if I could be. Wait a minute. I sent you the email. Wait a minute. Because I did find an email in my spam. Are you talking about an email you sent me like days ago? Or maybe last month? Because I saw an email in my spam folder. I still got to respond to it. Unless you sent me an email. But I'll get to it once I get through this Mars and Pisces. So, again, Mars and Pisces, they could be a thief. Or if you have Mars and Pisces and you're a woman and you go after men, or you date men, if you're a gay male, you could attract a man that's a thief. You could also attract a jailbird. You could attract a con man. So you always got to be careful. And this is also the catfish Mars. Anybody with Mars and Pisces ever been catfished? I'll wait. Let me know. If you ever been catfished, let me know if you got Mars and Pisces. Mars in the 12th house can result in being catfish too. Anybody been catfish? You always gotta be careful with dealing with people that you meet online and stuff, because they may not be all that they seem. Crystal said yes on occasions. And you got Mars and Pisces, right? Yeah, you gotta be careful. Temperance Cold Tarot said you've been catfish. Amira said a few times. Mine is in the 12th as well. Damn, that's Catfish City. Crystal said on Facebook, yeah. Supernova said I've been catfish, but Pisces intercepts my first house. Yeah, you might be doing the catfishing yourself. No, let me stop. Looks like you're pretty, so I don't think you would be doing the catfishing. But yeah. So beware, be careful. So somebody might try to pass off some fake ass picture, and when you meet them, they look like Chewbacca or some type of monster. Now, Pisces can also be the slave. So Mars and Pisces can either be enslaved or be the enslaver. So some people with Mars and Pisces are actually looking for a sex slave, or they're looking for somebody that's going to be very submissive sexually. Now, if you got Mars and Pisces, ladies, you could attract a man that's very sexually submissive, or he might want to enslave you sexually. He might try to, put you in restraints and shit like that, or blindfold you and shit. Also, when you got Mars and Pisces, you could attract men that love to see you in lingerie, love to see you in high heels. Basically, Mars and Pisces men, they basically like them pinup girls, or where you at least will take pictures, sexually suggestive pictures for them. They might always be asking you for a picture. Men with Mars and Pisces, they love to take pictures of their women and shit like that, or record and sex tape. Mars and Pisces is the sex tape. So you got to be careful. You might be getting recorded and you don't even know. So check the closet next time you get busy. And if Mars is in Pisces in the 8th house, that could be revenge porn. Can I get an amen? Now, Mars and Pisces can also be the masturbator. And I know some of y'all know what I'm talking about with y'all nasty selves. Y'all probably just got done masturbating. Y'all might be some of y'all might be masturbating right now. Like, y'all got to get it in where you can fit it in. Some of y'all got a collection of dildos and vibrators. And y'all got that tape on ready or that video on ready. Some of y'all subscribe to some of these porn sites. I already know. And look at y'all. Y'all blushing up in here. Y'all like, ee. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Y'all be wearing them batteries out. I know y'all be spending mad money on the batteries. And some of y'all might even have a secret OnlyFans account. That's right. I'm spilling all of y'all tea. And some of y'all want to do OnlyFans. Y'all just don't have enough guts to do it. But y'all be like, if under the right circumstances, I might do it. Some of y'all might be taking pictures of your feet, posting them on Instagram for these foot fetish freaks. That's a good way to make money if you got Mars and Pisces in the 2nd house. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So, masturbators. Now, a man with Mars and Pisces, you best believe he's masturbating quite frequently. And you could just look at the shaft of his penis because it probably got some rough skin there, or it might even be lighter than the rest of his penis because it's just letting you know all that friction is just rubbing some of that skin off. You put lotion on that shit, he like, because that shit burned. Because he just stroking all day long. Said, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking. Yeah. Yeah, some people really struggle with an addiction to porn when they got Mars and Pisces. So they might have to, get into that no fat type of life, or they might have to go actually see a therapist to get over that porn hub. I'll say, to get out of that porn hub. Said I be stroking. That's what I be doing. Said I be stroking. All right. So again, be careful because somebody might be trying to record you for a sex tape. You might be about to get it on with yourself, and you pull up Pornhub, and you be like, that ass looks familiar. Hold up, that's my ass. So yeah, just be careful. Again, the martyr, the savior, the hero. Some people will have a Jesus complex that got Mars and Pisces. Again, always rushing to help pull somebody up out of a ditch. Self-imposed isolation or forced isolation. So some of y'all with Mars and Pisces will need to isolate yourselves from the outside world from time to time. You might have a strong urge to get away. You might have a strong urge to just, let yourself go. And I always say, when you have that urge, don't be afraid to call out. Don't be afraid to take a little mini vacation. Hell, take a staycation, where you just go to like a nice little resort that's in town. Allow yourself to just let go, to escape, to isolate yourself, because again, with Mars and Pisces, you're a hypersensitive individual, and sometimes you take on too much bullshit and you keep it inside, and then next thing you know, you feel like you're about to go crazy. You feel like you're about to stab somebody, because truth be told, Mars and Pisces can have a serious violent streak, but usually it stays inside their head, because Mars and Pisces, that's a mutable Mars. So you know what I say about the mutable Mars? They're capable of extreme acts of violence. So a lot of y'all people with Mars and Pisces, y'all might fantasize about how you would kill somebody and shit like that, but you may never go through with it. Now, if you got certain hookups with that Mars and Pisces, you might actually go through with it. And Mars and Pisces can kill somebody in an elaborate way. A lot of times they might resort to poisoning. A lot of times it's going to be a sneak attack. So again, a lot of times you won't see them coming. They're like ninjas. These basically are the ninjas of the zodiac. So yeah, be careful with the Mars and Pisces. If you cross them and they want to get you back, a lot of times you're not going to see it coming. Also, Mars and Pisces people can be superstitious. Step on a crack, break your mama's back, don't split the pole, don't leave your purse on the floor, don't buy a man's shoes. If cows are laying down in the field, that means it's about to start storming and stuff. If you got Mars and Pisces, especially like if it's in the fourth house, eighth house, ninth house, you might be into like those old folk remedies. You might be into like hoodoo and voodoo and all that type of spooky shit, but on that strong spiritual shit, you might, got Florida water on your dresser right now. So a lot of Mars and Pisces are into like the spirit world, magic, mysticism, spell work, the occult, all that stuff. Sometimes y'all might feel like somebody's putting a spell on you. Hey, Mac Major, how you doing? You said I got Mars and Pisces square Chiron and Capricorn. Does that have any violent indicators? Well, it could be you get so tired of being under someone's control and someone's authority that you snap one day. And I don't want to be the one you snap on, like for real. So that can be potentially violent, where you do open up a can of whoop ass on somebody because you're tired of taking their shit, especially if they're in a position of authority over you, because that Chiron and Capricorn. So yeah, it might even be your own dad. So be careful. You better be careful what you do, boy. All right, problems with the lymphatic system is possible when you got Mars and Pisces. Injuries and disorders of the feet are possible as well. You might end up with heel spurs, plantar fasciitis, athlete's foot, a broken toe, a pulled out toenail, ingrown toenail, corn, calluses, plantar warts, you name it. You might have some problems with your feet, or you could attract a person that has a foot fetish. So feet will be a major theme with that Mars and Pisces. All right, moving along, and I'll get to your super chats in a minute. Thank you so much for the super chat. So let me see what some of you are saying before I segue over into the next section dealing with Mars and Pisces. I'm all tongue tied. That's that Mars and Pisces. It's approaching a square to my Mars and Gemini, so I wonder what that's going to do. I'm probably going to lose my damn mind that day. So Caleb said, is this similar to Pisces in the 8th? In some ways, yeah. Now, let's say somebody comes along and their Mars is in your 8th house in Pisces. That could really activate a lot of what I'm saying about Mars and Pisces through that other person. Amira says celibacy was once a challenge. And Mars, some people with Mars and Pisces, they could take a vow of celibacy because they might become a nun or a priest. And even with that, see, this is why I love astrology, because it's basically showing you that you could have it one way, but then there's always a flip side. So like this, like what I just said about if you got Mars and Pisces, you might take a vow of celibacy because you're a nun or a priest or a monk. Let's say you're a Buddha monk and you take a vow of celibacy. But with Pisces comes secrecy. So there's always that chance that you could still get your freak on, but it would have to be in secret, right? Same energy, Pisces, in order for you to get your freak on. And it happens quite frequently in these monasteries and convents. These nuns and priests begin a freak on, and sometimes in the worst way. So again, the secrecy theme that comes with Pisces, and how Pisces can also deal with being very devout to one's belief system, very devout to one's religion, but there's always a chance that they could fall off that wagon. Mars and Pisces, Crystal, can be prone to being asexual. Some of them because you could say that Pisces will dampen that fiery energy of Mars. So some people may not even be interested in sex at all. They might be virgins for a long time. They may just be out of touch with their sexuality, or they just may not have a strong sexual urge. Some men with Mars and Pisces could experience erectile dysfunction, and it could be as a result of too much masturbation, or it could be as a result of taking certain medication like high blood pressure medication can really affect the man with Mars and Pisces. And some men with Mars and Pisces, they might feel like they got to drink to get it up or to even face a woman sexually. Because Mars, this is why Mars and Pisces can deal with being a drunk. Because liquor, alcohol will put that fire in you. And when you got Mars and Pisces, it's like you're just dealing with a little smoldering fire. So you want to turn up the flames. And one of the best ways to do that is by drinking some liquid courage, is by drinking some liquor, getting liquored up. And then oftentimes, Mars and Pisces people, when they get liquored up, they're going to go into that shape shifting. They're going to morph into someone different. And that different person could have more confidence, could be more aggressive, more assertive, could be even feeling sexier. But that other person could also become evil, abusive. They could become monstrous. So this could be your messy drunk. This could be your violent drunk. This could be your raging alcoholic. This could be your Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type of drunk or drug addict. One that really scares you when they get high or get too high or get drunk. This is the stoner pothead that all he does is come home after work, kick his feet up and roll blunt after blunt after blunt and just fucking melts into the fucking couch and shit. And now you throwing things at him because he don't want to ever do anything with you and shit. Some of y'all with Mars and Pisces, y'all attracted men like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Lisa. I'll get to your super chat in a minute. So now I'm going to segue over into the section. Actually, this is nice. I want to thank y'all. And Indigo, you suggested I did do this too, to wait till the end. And I might wait till the end to do the super chats, because I could just roll with this and then get to the super chats later. The only thing is I might be a little tired, but I'm going to get to all of y'all. But this does help. So y'all just be patient with me. I'm trying something new where I'm reserving the super chat questions to the end and the cash app. So y'all can, post your question and all that. I could just pull it up on the super chat screen and read all your questions when I get to it. So now I'm going to talk about Mars and Pisces in the houses. Now, for lack of time, I don't have time to get into every possible manifestation of Mars and Pisces through the houses, but I put some main themes and some main possible manifestations of what could happen and how it could play out in your life. So y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Yeah. Funky, 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 funky. All right. It's the thuggish, ruggish bone. 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 I'm sorry, I just had to get that one out. All right. So houses. So Mars and Pisces in the first house. This could produce some type of physical weakness or vulnerability. Like basically your body is rather vulnerable, and you always just got to make sure that you are doing things proactively to make sure you're in good health. Just know that you're just vulnerable to accidents and injuries when you got Mars and Pisces in that first house. Also prone to injuries to the feet. You could develop a disorder of the lymphatic system. You could be swelling up, like dealing with a lot of swelling, water retention. You could experience a numbing sensation throughout your body or maybe on some part of your body. You might always be moist, if y'all know what I'm saying. No, I'm not. Honestly, no. Some of y'all might always be moist. But especially if you got Mars and Pisces in the 8th house, we talking about spring showers. We talking about, wipe me down type shit. But yeah, even with Mars in the first, you might just have, your skin might be kind of moist and clammy to the touch. Also, with that Mars and Pisces in the first house, again, you could be overlooked at times. You might be like invisible to people. You might even be in disguise at one time or another. You could engage in self-sabotage. You could be wearing a ton of makeup. One of your friends might have told you to tone it down a little bit. If your friends haven't told you to tone it down, you might want to like take a harder look in the mirror, because yeah, you might be doing it too much with the eyeshadow and the foundation and all this stuff. Some people with Mars and Pisces in the first house, they can't even walk out the house without having a full face of makeup on. Also, some people with Mars and Pisces might wear wigs all the time. Might wear wigs, weaves, head wraps, partials, those enclosures, the lace fronts, hats. What do you call those? Those turbans, head wraps. All that could be Mars and Pisces in the first house. Like basically looking like Queen Latifah and shit, or where you looking all queenly and shit with your head wrap on or with your scarf on and shit like that. Or you just might like to switch up your weave from time to time. You might have a lot of wigs too. You might dye your hair quite a bit if you got Mars and Pisces in the first house. Also, you could be a model. So you might have modeled at some time in your life. So modeling is very Pisces. Modeling is very Mars and Pisces. So I have a list of models that I'm going to be running down in a minute. Also, retiring. So you might have this retiring personality that seems very unassuming and very harmless. Also, oiliness could be a problem, especially if you had Mars conjunct Saturn and Pisces in the first. You could suffer from oily skin, and next thing you know, you having outbreaks of pimples and stuff like that. Or you might put a lot of oils in your hair. You might just be an oily motherfucker in general. Or greasy. You might just have a greasy look to you. Also, you might, you might always be needing that pressed powder to kind of take off that shine off your face, that sheen on your face. Also, you might get photographed a lot or recorded a lot, or you could have issues with being photographed. Also, this is also important to keep in mind if you got Mars and Pisces in the first, especially if it's rising. If it's conjoined to the ascendant, that makes you a mark. That makes you a mark ass trick. No, for real. No, it makes you a mark for potential predators. So I would always recommend carry something. Like having Mars and Pisces in the first house, that's like you carrying pepper spray on you. Or you might want to have a little pocket knife. You ever see those knives where it looks like a lipstick, but then you take off that cap and it's actually a little dagger up in there? Carry a little dagger. A stun gun would help as well. You stun the shit out of somebody. But yeah, you're going to have to carry some protection. You might even want to wear like a tiger's eye necklace or something like that. You need to have some spiritual protection on you because you are a mark. All right, Mars and Pisces in the second house. So with Mars and Pisces in the second house, you might have a nice shoe collection. I mean, you might spend a lot of money on shoes. Also, you could be a musician or a singer. You may make money selling shoes. So you know how dudes, especially, some of these dudes out here are coming up nowadays with selling these Yeezys and these other shoes that are rare or hard to find or whatever, these vintage Jordans and stuff. Some of these men are cleaning up selling these shoes, and some of them could have Mars and Pisces in the second house, which would show that they're making money through selling these shoes. Also, with Mars and Pisces in the second house, you could be lacking in terms of boundaries when it comes to possessions, or people could come into your life and they're lacking boundaries, and they might be touching your shit, they might be taking your shit. Also, your value system could be very malleable, and that's not necessarily a good thing. Challenges with earning money. So this is the starving artist position of Mars. So Mars and Pisces in the second could cause you to be a starving artist, like you're a musician, but you can't get a record deal and you just in a garage band and then you play, small hole in the wall venues and shit, but you never get your big break. And basically, you got to take odd jobs here and there, and you can't hold on to a job, and you still living in your mama's basement and all that type of stuff. Mars in Pisces in the second can do bad with money if they're not careful. Now, they could be blessed with money angels at the same time, and they could attract enablers. So even if they're a drug addict, they could always be getting money for their drugs, like from mom or from dad or from their sister or whoever. A lot of people will take pity on people with Mars and Pisces. Also, with Mars and Pisces, you could make money selling drugs. You could make money as a bartender. You could make money dealing with securities, especially in terms of like encryption and stuff like that. Like you might work in the IT field and your specialty might be encryption software and shit like that. Also, with a second house Mars in Pisces, you could be the victim of a theft. If you um if you date men and you got Mars in Pisces, you could attract a man that steals from you, or you could attract a man that spoils you. He might, always be giving you stuff. He might be buying you perfume and jewelry and fine clothes and nice shoes and all that type of stuff. So you could luck out in the man department if you do have a second house Mars and Pisces. But there's always a risk of attracting a man that's going to steal from you or that's going to become very dependent upon you. He might always have a sob story needing to borrow some money. Let me hold a couple of dollars. He might have a drinking problem, like the wine might be ever flowing. Also, if you have Mars and Pisces in the second, you might spend a lot of money on wine or liquor. You might have a well-stocked liquor cabinet. Let me tell you. I mean, your friends don't even have to go out because the bar is right at your house if you got that second house Mars and Pisces. Some of y'all. Also, Mars and Pisces could deal with just spending a lot of money on weed or whatever gets you high, but it can also represent high medical bills. You could be spending a lot of money on psychic readings because people with Mars and Pisces, they will go to a psychic to get some answers. And if you got it in the second house, you could be blowing a lot of money on psychics. And some of these psychics are bogus as fuck. Like, I have to, like, what part of my job is I got to do a lot of cleanup work for these bullshit ass psychics that be telling my clients any old damn thing that they want to hear. And I be hearing it all the time. Well, I got a reading from this psychic and she said that me and this guy are soulmates and we're going to get married and we're going to move to Mexico and we're going to do all this stuff. And I be looking at the synastry like, child, please, he going to break up with you next week. Like, I'm the one often that has to set people straight that basically get misled by these bogus psychics. Now, I'm not saying all psychics are bogus. There are some really good ones out there. But yeah, a lot of them are just in it for the money and they're going to tell you whatever they think you want to hear. So that's always an issue or a possible issue. You could have a food addiction if you got Mars and Pisces in that second house, but especially with liquids. Like, you might love yourself a cup of juice. You might always want to pour yourself a cup of juice. And it might be the same type of juice: grape juice, orange juice, apple juice, lemonade, limeade, what have you. You might always need to quench your thirst when you got that Mars and Pisces in that second house. Now, you got to be careful of, drinking too much sugar and stuff with that, because that shit will lay on your tongue. And next thing you know, people are throwing breath mints in your mouth from 3 feet away. Also, with Mars and Pisces, you in the second house, you could have a doll collection, a collection of dolls. You could have a collection of stuffed animals, even as an adult. You could have an action figure collection, even as an adult. Some of y'all dudes with Mars and Pisces in a second I know y'all got your little Batman toys and your He-Man and all that type of stuff. G.I. Joe, you probably still have talking about, I'm going to get a lot of money for this one day. So yeah, having little collections of dolls and action figures and shit, very Mars and Pisces in the second house. Some of y'all still get down with Lego too. Yo, Lego is a major industry, I found out. Like Lego is big time. Of course they have like the Lego stores, they got the Lego museums, they have Lego competitions. You could basically get a Lego set for just about anything. So fascination. So some people with Mars and Pisces, they might still like to do Lego, or I'll tell you what is a Mars and Pisces game to me. Like stuff like Jenga and stuff like that. Like also remember that game, I Spy? That's very Mars and Pisces. You want to talk about some toys and stuff for Mars and Pisces children. So like that. Remember those I Spy books? I used to love those books. So that's very Mars and Pisces, trying to find stuff. Like even in like where in the world is Carmen Santiago, that type, or San Diego, was it? Now, Mars and Pisces can also have a video game collection when it's in the second house. That could be a music or movie collection. All right, Mars and Pisces in the third house. This puts you at risk for getting a DUI, but it also puts you at risk for being hit by a drunk driver. So you got to be very careful. That whole drinking and driving could be a theme with that Pisces in the third, and then with Mars and Pisces. You might attract a man that likes to drink and drive or drive under the influence, and he might have a couple of DUIs on his license. He might even have a suspended license, or license gets revoked at some point. You could lose your license when you got Mars and Pisces in the third. And that can even be a professional license. It could be a medical license that you lose if you're not careful. Also, Mars and Pisces in the third can produce a cognitive disability or cognitive delays. It can produce slurred speech or delayed speech. It can produce some babbling and gibberish, problems with hearing people when you on the cell phone, sound like you talking to somebody and you underwater and shit, phone constantly cutting off and shit, constantly having to buy a new phone because you either dropping it and it crack, or you drop it in the toilet, or you do some crazy shit. So if you got a third house Mars and Pisces, you're probably always fucking up your phone in some type of way. And then when your phone is new, usually there's going to be something that goes wrong with it. Your phone could get stolen. Your car could get stolen. Also, you could get carjacked, especially if Mars is opposing something. Like if Mars is opposing Pluto, or it could be opposing Uranus. So that can be problematic as well, getting carjacked if it's in the third house. Also, being too impressionable in terms of mindset, being gullible, basically jumping on anything that seems like it's, the hottest thing or whatever. And even if it leads you astray, you always got to be careful of being too impressionable. Mental health problems. So that could be a possibility when you have Mars and Pisces in the third, because you may not be able to discern reality from fantasy, or reality from illusion or delusions. You could have a delusional mindset. Also, if you have Mars and Pisces in the third house, don't be surprised if you get with a guy and he gaslights you, because Mars and Pisces is a gaslighter. Next thing you know, you thinking you crazy because you told him something and he's like, you never told me that. You must be going crazy. I think you be making up this stuff in your head, and he knows good and well he heard you, what you said. So when you got Mars and Pisces in the third house, you could attract a guy that does try to play mind games with you, does try to get inside your head and see where you could be weak, so he could, basically have you under his control mentally. You could be merging your mindset too much with your man, and next thing you know, you doing things you never imagined you'd be doing. Making me think of some things. I don't even have Mars and Pisces. All right. Also, with Mars and Pisces in that third house, you could be a big time gamer, or you could attract a man that is a big time gamer. He could be 45 years old and he's still in front of his PS5. Or he got his Xbox, or he probably has all the game consoles. Take your pick. He even got the Oculus shit. So you get with a guy. Let's say he got Mars and Pisces. Don't be, and if it's in his third house, don't be surprised if he's a gamer. So he might want to, he might work, but as soon as he gets home, he gets something to eat, smokes a blunt, and he just plops in front of that TV and plays games all night. And the worst thing they could have did to women was set that shit up where they can talk to each other while they're playing games. Like they could talk to people all throughout the world. Yo, they did women a big disservice because that just makes them be on that shit for longer. They could be on that shit all night talking to people. People they don't even know, but they're bonding through the game. Yup, Call of Duty. Mm-hmm. Yup. That Fortnite, the Fortnite players, and I don't even know what the hot game is out now. But basically, gamers. Also, giving psychic readings. So if you have Mars and Pisces, you have some strong intuitive psychic ability. So you would be good reading the cards. You would be good as a palm reader. So anybody that has a third house Mars in Pisces, you might want to start reading palms if you don't already. You might start want to reading tarot because you're going to be a beast at it. Now, I don't know how you're going to be in terms of your delivery. You might not have people skills. See, that's one of the things that people don't understand. It takes more than just psychic ability to be successful in the spiritual traditions. You got to know how to talk to people. You got to have that, you got to have some ability, some charisma. And basically, you got to be relatable, and you just got to know how to conduct business and stuff. And that could be lacking with some people where they have the gift, but their delivery is just wrong. Know who was a perfect example of that? Sylvia Brown. Remember that psychic Sylvia Brown? She might have Mars in Pisces. Let me check real quick. Because she was that type that she was, a lot of times she was wrong, but I do believe she had some psychic ability because of what was in her chart. But her delivery was just off. Like, she just didn't have those people skills. And let me pull up her chart real quick and see. Because I'm almost certain she had something in Pisces. Okay, she got Saturn in Pisces opposing her Mars in Virgo. But yeah, that could deal with where she really wasn't good with dealing with people. Yeah, remember she was always on Montel Williams? Yeah, her delivery was horrible. She was a smart ass bitch. Like, she was always getting short with people and shit. All right, Mars in Pisces, 4th house. Now, your father could be from the Caribbean or some tropical locale, or you could just have roots in the Caribbean or even in an African nation, especially like coastal areas. You could come from the Philippines, you could come from Hawaii. Basically, that Mars and Pisces can deal with identifying with a tropical nation or, a Caribbean nation, what have you, and especially through the father. Also, with Mars and Pisces in the 4th house, dad could be a drunk, or like he could be a raging alcoholic, or he could have had a serious time with drugs. Also, your home could get flooded if you got Mars and Pisces in the 4th house. Lacking boundaries in the home. Basically, everybody's allowed to come in there. This could be a theft in the home. And you see how that goes hand in hand? If you lacking boundaries in the home, it'll be easy for a theft in the home to occur. Some people with Mars in Pisces in the 4th might be seeking asylum in a certain country. Also, someone or a man could seek refuge in your home. Like, basically, when you got Mars and Pisces in the 4th, you could be taking in refugees and shit. That's like refugee camp. Also, you could be trying to escape your living situation. Could have started when you were a kid. You could have been a runaway, even if it was for just one night. If only if only for one night. All right. So this can also deal with a man is slick with his attempts to move in. So he may not even ask if he can move in, but he might be leaving his stuff at your house little by little. He might be, just making himself extra comfortable. Every time he comes by, he stays longer and longer. Next thing you know, he trips over something, breaks his foot. He can't get up off of your couch for a whole day and shit. Then you're like, well, you might as well just stay here since I could take care of you and shit. So be careful if a man's Mars in Pisces falls into your fourth house, because you might end up being his in-home caregiver. Or he might be real sloppy around the house. He might not be picking up after himself. He might be just leaving crumbs, spilling juice everywhere. Just a hot mess. Also, with Mars and Pisces in the fourth house, a man could threaten to reveal your secrets or your private information. You could be photographed or recorded without your knowledge. This could be a peep in time that's peeping through your window. Father could be, oh, I already said that about the raging alcoholic. Alcoholism could run in your family, discovering family secrets, opening a seafood restaurant, which is a good way to channel that Mars and Pisces in the fourth house. Also, that could deal with like going to hotel resorts, like the spas and the hotel resorts and stuff, or you could work in one. You could be a nurse working in a hospital. You could be the head nurse. Mars in Pisces in the fifth house. Of course, this is going to be the height of artistic expression. I mean, this is the artiste. Also, Mars and Pisces in the fifth house can manifest as a fairy tale romance. Also, you could be cherished or worshipped by a lover. Remember that Kool and the Gang song? Cherish the love we have. We should cherish the life we live. Cherish the love. That was always on the 80s love songs album compilations. Secret affairs, secret lovers. That's Mars and Pisces in the fifth house. Secret lovers, yeah, that's what we are. Trying so hard to hide the way we feel. 'Cause we both belong to someone else. That's a low down song. But Mars and Pisces can be low down like that because of that secrecy thing. So, yeah, you got Mars and Pisces. You could have a secret lover, especially when it's in the fifth house. You could attract a lover who's very sexually submissive or who expects you to be. You could end up being someone's love slave or sex slave. Also, Mars and Pisces in the fifth can produce sexual fluidity. First of all, if you are dealing with a man with Mars and Pisces, you just got to expect him to be sexually fluid, period. You just got to assume that he will be on the fence with his sexuality. If he's not on the fence, he could be a little bi-curious, or he could just be open to different sexual acts that might be considered a little borderline. You know what I'm saying? So don't be surprised if you do attract a man, like especially when you get him in bed and he's just like squealing like a woman that just felt love for the first time. You hold me just like the first time, and you love me just like the first time, and it will always be. That's Freddie Jackson. A lot of y'all don't know about that song. All right. Mars and Pisces in the fifth house, that's very much about sexual fantasies. And you could live out some of your sexual fantasies. You could attract a man that wants you to live out his sexual fantasy. Losing big at the casino or the lottery. Could be a gambling addict. Oh, going back to the sexual shit. Mars and Pisces in the fifth can be pansexual. And also I mentioned the masturbation with that. What was I talking about? I was just saying masturbation in general, but this is one of the masturbation possibilities when Mars is in the fifth house in Pisces. Some people might prefer to masturbate than actually have a sexual partner. So attracting jailbirds again for lovers. Being blessed with a major lottery or gambling win, but it might be a one-shot deal, so don't press your luck. Now, in terms of children, Mars and Pisces could produce a special child. This could be a child prodigy, like in terms of some type of artistic talent, or it could produce a special needs child. It could produce a child that is too dependent upon you. It could produce a drug addict child. It could produce a little thief with his bad ass. It could produce a child that has bad dreams or nightmares. Remember in Eve's Bayou when Diane Carroll's character said, "Look to your children"? When you have a fifth house Mars in Pisces, that's what you need to do. You need to look to your children because your children might be in a vulnerable position. Your children might be neglected in some way. Sometimes that can deal with a case of neglect when Mars in Pisces is in that fifth house. Some women that have Mars and Pisces in the fifth house, they might spike a baby's bottle with a little Benadryl, a little Robitussin, a little NyQuil or something to get that baby to go to sleep at night and shit. I'm not recommending that shit at all because I think it's horrible. But hey, that could be a possible manifestation of that fifth house Mars in Pisces. Trying to get that baby to shut up. Also, lacking boundaries. So a child could lack boundaries, and it could be in the worst way, like in the form of a child being sexually victimized. So again, you got to pay close attention and keep a close watch over children, period. But especially if you have a placement like a fifth house Mars in Pisces, because it's like, remember how I said if you have a first house Mars in Pisces, you're a mark. Well, if you have Mars and Pisces in the fifth house, your child is a mark. Your child is a mark for predators because you'll have some predators that will see that vulnerability in the child. They'll see the gullibility in the child. This could be a child that gets fooled by some child predator because, you know, he has his van and he has a leash. And he's like, "I lost my puppy. Can you help me find my puppy?" And then next thing you know, that predator is kidnapping that child. Pisces is the sign of kidnapping. So when I say you really got to watch your child closely, when you got Mars and Pisces in the fifth house, definitely guard your child with your life because that child could end up in a bad way. And Pisces is also the sign of regret. And you don't want to be sitting there regretting, talking about, "I should have listened to my intuition. I did have a dream that something bad was going to happen. Damn, why didn't I protect my child more?" So yeah, just be careful with that because that shit's no joke. Also, Mars in the sixth house, Mars in Pisces. This can produce injuries and disorders of the foot, problems with punctuality, lacking etiquette, lacking life skills, working in the medical field, being a makeup artist or hairstylist, being a photographer, being a videographer, being a zookeeper, being an EMT or a paramedic, food poisoning. Also, this is the house where you could be self-medicating when you got Mars and Pisces in the sixth house. You might be smoking weed on the regular just so you can stay sane, just so you can do your job and show up to work and shit. And you might work really well when you're high. Also, you could be doing yoga, whether you're a yoga teacher or you take yoga classes when you got Mars and Pisces in the sixth house. You could be learning Tai Chi or you could practice it. You could dance as a form of fitness. Mars and Pisces in the seventh house. This could be a secret relationship, discovering a secret about your partner or spouse, being deceived by a partner. A partner is a secret enemy. A partner spoils you. A partner or spouse has an addiction. Being a dancer and performing in concerts or even performing in the strip club. Partner is from the Caribbean or Africa, a coastal region or a tropical region. Partner is a porn addict. Partner has a sob story, plays the victim role. Your sex life could be lacking with your partner having with you having Mars and Pisces in the seventh house, and you could attract a jailbird. Mars and Pisces in the eighth house. This is going to produce sexual fluidity, just like with the fifth house. And it can result in being pansexual. It can result in being attracted to transgender individuals, or the person could be transgender themselves. They could be very nebulous in terms of their gender and sexuality. Like they may not have any clear definition. So this could be the non-binary type of person as well. Also, with Mars and Pisces in the eighth house, sexual fantasies could be lived out, sexual boundaries could be crossed. Also, about crossing sexual boundaries, this is the house placement of the zoophile. Does anybody know what that is? The zoophile. Another name for it begins with a B. I know that part don't describe you to a T. The zoophile part. I hope not, Caleb. But yeah, so it could, because Pisces is a sign where anything goes. So yeah, there you go, Labu. Yup, Amira. Yup. Yeah, the way it's spelled, Moonlight Orange, is Zoophile. Yeah, that's a euphemism for somebody that's into the B word. I don't want to say, but yeah, because Pisces is about lacking boundaries, and the person could, and of course, this would be on the extreme Mars and Pisces in the eighth house, but they could lack boundaries to the point where they're even looking at their dog and getting turned on and shit. You know, they getting the peanut butter out and shit, talking about Sparky, come here, Sparky. Oh, Sparky. Let me stop. Okay. Also, when you got Mars and Pisces in the eighth house, you could have an OnlyFans account and you could be making money like that with those subscriptions and shit. Someone could steal your credit card or hack into your account. You could be drowning in debt. But Mars and Pisces in the eighth house can cause you to work actively to dissolve your debt. You could be lacking boundaries with the astral realm. So demons just slipping into your bedroom, slipping under your covers. I mean, Mars and Pisces in the eighth house can be an incubus, could be a succubus. And some of y'all, if y'all got this placement, y'all might have some experience having sex with entities from the other side. So don't knock it till you try it. I'm just saying. But you know, so for some it could be a very unsettling and scary experience. There's this movie called The Entity, and it's about this woman that was getting raped by this demon, and he would come to her room every night and he would have that bed shaking and shit. And I wouldn't be surprised if her character had Mars and Pisces in the eighth house, because it could deal with, yeah, where you get haunted. It could even deal with that feeling, that sleep paralysis shit, where they call it you got a witch on your back and all that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you gotta be careful if you got an eighth house Mars and Pisces. Also, if you got an eighth house Mars and Pisces, I do not recommend playing around with the Ouija board. I do not recommend doing some seances. You might also want to be careful taking certain hallucinogens like LSD, mushrooms, DMT, and shit like that, because a demon could slip through. You could be too vulnerable. You could get trapped into that other world and you can't get out. But some people with Mars and Pisces in the eighth house might like to be taken to the edge, might like to be taken to the limits with respect to drug taking. Like they could be a binge drug user, like binging on drugs, binging on alcohol, seeing, purple elephants on the wall. Alcohol induced psychosis or drug induced psychosis could really happen when you got Mars and Pisces in the eighth. So you got to be careful about that, especially like taking certain substances like PCP, methamphetamine, mescaline, all that dark shit. Be careful. Don't be sorry, ho. Be careful. All right. Also, you could have nightmares if you got a Mars and Pisces in the eighth house. You could have night terrors. You could have a problem going to sleep at night. You could be good with psychic mediumship, but like I said, you got to be careful with that. And I would not recommend playing around with a Ouija board when you got Mars and Pisces in the eighth house. You could engage in spontaneous astral projection. So having an out of body experience could be very much Mars and Pisces in the eighth house. Being in a coma could be Mars and Pisces in the eighth house, where you're in the hospital, you're damn near dead, you're on life support or whatever, you're in a coma, you're just out of it. And here come that incubus. He was like, my name is Buck, and I like to. What movie is that from? That's from Kill Bill. Also, you could have a jailbird husband where you are granted conjugal visits. Where you're allowed to have sex in one of those trailers off to the in the prison yard and shit like that. So if you do get with a jailbird, let's hope it's where you have Mars and Pisces in the eighth, so you can take advantage of those conjugal visits. Now, Mars and Pisces in the ninth. I had to take a sip of my root beer because my mouth getting dry. So Mars and Pisces in the ninth, you could be following a spiritual guru, or you might try to become a spiritual guru. You could be pulled into a cult-like religion, or maybe you were born into it. Taking cruises, traveling via yachts or boats, island vacations to tropical locales like the Bahamas, Jamaica, Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? Taking a ferry on the regular. Some people have to take a ferry into work on the regular. So that could be that Mars and Pisces in the ninth. The outing of lies, being drawn to mysticism, having lucid prophetic dreams, studying medicine, art, zoology, being in search of esoteric knowledge, attracting a man from the Caribbean or Africa or some other tropical locale, adventures involving bodies of water like going white water rafting, visiting a safari or a wildlife preserve. Mars and Pisces in the 10th, working within the medical field, a quick rise to the top in terms of art world or medical field, working in a hospital, especially the emergency burn or wound care unit, working for a nonprofit organization, or even creating your own nonprofit organization, being a hairstylist or a makeup artist, being a photographer, a videographer. Mom could be disabled. Mom dates sleazy or creepy men. Mom is a drug addict or an alcoholic, but mom could be your savior. Mom could be a victim in some way. Mom could be a straight up sucker where she believes everything you tell her. Mom could be an enabler of your addiction. Mars and Pisces in the 11th house, you could be sexually fantasizing about a friend, but that boundary is there between friendship and lover, and you don't want to cross that line, but you might be fantasizing about that shit. You might even be attracted to a man that is out of reach and he's more of a fantasy than reality. A secret sexual affair with a friend. Being sexually, this is another sexually fluid one where you could be pansexual. Unrealistic goals, strange interests, interest in the supernatural, paranormal, magic, and mysticism. Being a film buff, a friend acts as your savior. A friend actively sets out to deceive you. Attempting to find a friend who went missing. Avid interest in astrology and metaphysics in general. This person could be a very big time YouTuber who has a lot of fans and followers. Avid interest in science, especially chemistry, joining a spiritual group. And last but not least, Mars and Pisces in the 12th house. You could be joining a circus, or maybe you've been to the circus a number of times. You could be a clown on one occasion. Even if it was when you were 7 years old and you told mommy and dad, you was like, I want to be a clown for Halloween. And they was like, okay. And they got the makeup and all that stuff. And yeah, self-sabotage. So again, that theme resurfaces. Foot problems with the lymphatic system, water retention, fear of being intoxicated or a hardcore addict. This puts you at risk for drowning. Having sex with prostitutes is a possibility. If it ain't you, it could be your man. Having an OnlyFans account, so this is another OnlyFans house. Being a psychonaut, like being the type that wants to take all these psychedelic drugs so they can have these far out experiences and shit, and they could be tripping and shit. Being too out there, being too much of a mystic, or just being inclined towards mysticism, feeling like you're a wizard or acting like you some type of wizard, being a martyr, idealism, being never satisfied, because again, due to that idealism, being very blessed. You can attract men who will shelter you from external threats, who will spoil you, who will cherish you. A man could be under your spell. Masturbation again, so this is another one where masturbation could get out of control. Sex dreams, and benefiting through angelic forces. And some of those angelic forces could be ancestors. So that's Mars and Pisces through the houses. So let me see what some of y'all had to say. Alice Soul says, so Mars and Pisces in the fourth house, make sure all your windows, doors, and car doors are locked. Yeah, and make sure your shades are down because, like I said, you could attract the peeping Tom. Roma said, my Pisces North Node is in the fifth house. I get dreams about winning scratch and wins. I won $15 the other day. Well, good for you. My mom won a little bit off of the ones I bought her. That's what's up. Hopefully you'll dream of the winning numbers one day. C. Thomas said, I had a guy like that years ago. He whines like a puppy during the whole act. Ooh. Oh my God. I'd be like, mad dog, go home. Queen Dara D said, that was Iyanla lottery winner, Mars and Pisces. I wonder. Her man was a jailbird. She definitely has something in Pisces. What's her name? Because I have her chart. Somebody tell me what that chick's name is. Because I always forget her name. She definitely has something in Pisces. I remember that. I'm not sure if it was Mars, though. Tiffany said, why I couldn't get that aspect, I'll deal with a one-time win. Kawhi said, I have Pisces in the fifth house, but not Mars in Pisces. So some of the themes could still apply. It just won't be as pronounced. Yes, the zoophile stuff. See, Tommy said, I remember reading an article where the OBGYN says they see dog semen and pap smear results more than we think. Oh, see, those are the bitches that got that 8th house Mars and Pisces. A lot of them got that shit. Trust. Lisa said, oh no, my sister has Mars and Pisces in the 8th. Does she own any dogs? Because those are the ones, usually it's going to be a dog that's down with that shit. I think you would be hard pressed to get a cat to be okay with that shit. The cat will scratch your ass up. Tiffany said, my Pisces cousin used to watch those type of movies. Oh, I hope it ain't the zoophile movies. You said, my Pisces son, Pisces rising daughter experiences sleep paralysis often. She said she could feel it starting but can't wake up, and then shadows enter the other room. New Eye said, I'm the entity. With your Scorpio self. Alice said, send in the clowns. Labu 95 said, Pisces North Node can be very blessed financially, especially to women. C. Thomas said, they had me on Nubane. I guess that's a medication. And I ended up astral projecting and standing next to the bed, looking at myself, wondering where my nice earrings were because they were no longer in my ears. Oh, wow. Aquarian Essence said, my daughter has Pisces in the 5th. She had to deal with predators and reporting them. Yeah, that's that vulnerability. So the 12th house deals with the spirit world, Ranisha, because you want to know about ancestors related to the 12th house. So the 12th house is the spirit world, it's the angelic realm. So sometimes your ancestors will play the role of your angels or spirit guides, and that's how some of them can end up in your 12th house. Very much so. So you said you can't wait for Virgo Mars. I'm not even sure when I started doing these Mars through the signs, so I'm gonna have to look back. I might have started, I think I skipped over Mars and Scorpio though, because I remember I wanted to get in on Mars and Scorpio, but I think that was probably around the time I had my surgery. Or was Mars and Sagittarius then? I can't remember. But anyway, now we're going to get into the categories. So I have some famous people in terms of categories. So let me pull up one for each category. Or I might pull up a few just so we can have an image to go with the category. And then I'm going to ask y'all who this is. And I'm sure somebody's going to know right away. Some people may not know who this is, but he is part of my icon category. So you'll have some people with Mars and Pisces, they become icons. And you know, an icon is like an image of a person that, you know, stands the test of time. You could say very recognizable, something that stands for a symbol. Let me research the definition of icon just so I can read it. But yeah, Mars in Pisces is the icon. So, icon, a person or thing regarded as a representative symbol or as worthy of veneration. So, that is what an icon is. So, that's very Mars and Pisces. So, Moonlight Orange, got it. You said Che. That's Che Guevara. Now, Che Guevara has Mars and Pisces, and he's become an icon in terms of revolution, in terms of rebellion. He's also become an icon in terms of like the working class or the proletariat. He basically was like a socialist kind of communist type of dude. So people on the right end of the political spectrum, they basically look at him as a communist, but people that tend to lean towards the left, they look at him as a revolutionary. So very Mars in Pisces. Let me pull up another example of an icon that has Mars in Pisces. So I already talked about Marilyn Monroe, but I have her included in my icon category because she is an icon when it comes to like Hollywood starlets, Hollywood royalty, basically glitz and glamour, pinup girl, sex symbol type of icon. A lot of women have pictures of Marilyn Monroe like in their bedroom or their living room, what have you. So she had Mars and Pisces, very much dealing with an icon. So let me pull up another example of the icon as well. And I'm going to pull up one of her most iconic photos. Of course. Hold on, y'all. Hold on to your love. Hold on to your love. Ooh. Hold on to your love. All right. So here's another icon that will go down in history. She's a jazz icon. Who is that, y'all? NYC said, you think Ronald McDonald is a Pisces? He very well could be with the clown shit. So who's that, y'all? Definitely an icon in terms of jazz. Yes, Billie Holiday. Yes. Isn't that picture iconic? You'll have like murals of Billie Holiday in certain cities and stuff like that. Let me pull up a very popular mural of her. Here it is right here. Hold on. I pull this up. Anytime you got a mural and shit, you basically are at the icon status. So right here. So again, iconic. Very Mars and Pisces. You know that Mars and Pisces made her a great jazz singer, but it also contributed to her drug addiction. And again, when you got Mars and Pisces, you might feel like you need the drug just to operate, or you might need a drink just to get to work. All right, who else I got on my icon list? Here's another icon. Let me pull him up. What does it take? What does it take to win your love for me? How can I make this dream come true for me? Oh, I just got to know, baby, 'cause my heart is so gonna blow for you. I know a lot of people don't know that song. That's by Junior Walker and the All Stars. All right, who's that? Who's that? Somebody said Van Gogh. That is not Van Gogh. I'm done with you. Oh, but you said Van Gogh in terms of the icon. Yeah, we could include him. Yeah, we're doing the super chat later. After I get done this, I'll be doing the super chat. You said, why does he look like Lil Wayne? Yes, Cherry Bell got it. That's Miles Davis. So Miles Davis is another jazz icon. Anybody that loves jazz, Miles Davis is going to be, part of their jazz collection, more than likely. So big time jazz icon. I just gotta know. Ooh, baby, 'cause my heart is so gonna blow for you. All right, here go another one. Iconic. All right, here's another one. And she's before a lot of our time. She was even before my time. But a lot of people still may know who this person is. Does anybody know who that little girl is? Who's that little girl? Who's that lady? Who's that lady? That's not Annie. Trinae got it. That's Shirley Temple. Yes. Shirley Temple was so iconic that they even named a non-alcoholic beverage after her. You ever have a Shirley Temple at a restaurant? My Pisces daughter used to order them a lot. Yeah, but they even named a beverage after Shirley Temple. And she was a great little dancer, and Mars and Pisces contributed to that greatly. All right, who else I got on my iconic list? All right. I tried in every way I could to make you see how much I love you. Ooh, I thought you understood. I gotta make you see. What does it take for in your love for me? Gonna blow again for you. All right. Does it take to win your love for me? All right. Somebody know who that is? Yeah, she was exploited if you're talking about Shirley Temple. Does anybody know who this old cat is? Now, he was way before our time, but a certain rapper put him back on the map. But he's iconic in terms of a certain way of thinking or a certain strategy. Come with me, Hail Mary, run quick, see. What do we have here now? Do you want to ride or die? Da, 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 da. Come with me, Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see. What do we have here now? Okay, yes, Machiavelli. It was Tupac that basically made people learn or become aware of Machiavelli. And if you have a certain strategy, it can be called Machiavellian. So Machiavellian tactics, for instance, is very much dealing with Machiavellian, the way he strategized. So he's an icon in that respect. Yeah, that's Niccolo Machiavelli. Come with me, Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see. What do we have here now? Do you want to ride or die? Da, 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 da. And then lastly, for the icon, I have this individual. Run quick, see. What do we have here now? Do you wanna ride or die? Da 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 da. Now, a lot of people ain't gonna recognize who this is because, again, all these people are like way before our time. But it makes sense that it would take years in the making for something or somebody to become iconic. Okay. Does anybody know who that is? Yale, Yarumao, Yale, O mio che yama, O mio. I'm feeling the spirit thinking about this dude. Anybody know who that is? Robert Johnson. Good, Shauna. Now, you know, he's iconic in terms of selling your soul. They say that this was the first rock star. Basically, he was the precursor to rock. He was blues, and he met the devil at the crossroads. Yes, very iconic. Very iconic individual. The story is iconic. Met the devil at the crossroads. Basically, the devil was like, give me your soul, and I'm going to teach you how to play this here guitar. And he became a guitar star because the devil taught him how to tune that guitar and play it. So, yeah. Now, you know, that could just be mythology, but this story sticks with him. And with Mars and Pisces, I wouldn't be surprised if that shit really happened. Like, he really met the devil at the crossroads. Now, he may not have met the devil per se. It might have been a legua that he met. Or what's the guy, Baron Samedi? He may have met him at the crossroads, and some people might look at those figures as representations of the devil, but he probably was on some hoodoo shit because hoodoo was very prominent, very popular in the deep south. So they showed this on Supernatural. Shauna said he timed that guitar and played a few tunes and gave it back to him. Come with me, Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see. All right, next category. So the next category I have for Mars and Pisces celebrities is the models. Yay! I love models. I just love modeling, especially the models back in the day, like the supermodels. So I have a whole list of models, starting with this one, and she's not even that great of a model, but you know, I feel like she became a model mainly because of her height and also because of her connections. But she has done modeling, her and her sister. Come with me. All right, let me just copy and paste this one. All right, so let me share my screen. All right, who's that? She has Mars and Pisces, and she's been a model. She might still do some modeling, I'm not sure. But yeah, very Mars and Pisces. Anyone? And didn't she say she was victimized when she was going to private school? I wonder if she has a third house Mars and Pisces. Let me see if I have her chart in my files. Because that could very well be third house Mars and Pisces, going to a private school and then getting abused and shit. Okay. Yup, I was right. There it is. Paris Hilton has a third house Mars and Pisces. So that lets you know she wasn't lying about that story she told about her being sent to that. So it was a reformatory school. Yeah, she got Mars and Pisces in the third house. There it is. Yup. Yup. Oh, and speaking of the title of tonight's video, I titled it Jagged Little Pill, right? Remember Alanis Morissette. So that was the title of Alanis Morissette's first album, Jagged Little Pill. I used to love Alanis. Young man turns 98. He won the lottery and died the next day. It's a black fly in your Chardonnay. It's a death row pardon, 2 minutes too late. And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain. Now, the reason why I chose the title for this video, Jagged Little Pill, because I was thinking about a title for Mars and Pisces, and I was like, Jagged Little Pill, that'd be a good title, just like Alanis Morissette's album. And I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if either Alanis got Mars and Pisces or a 12th house Mars. Sure enough, when I pull her chart, Alanis Morissette has Mars in the 12th house. It's in Cancer, but it's in the 12th house. That's why she came out with the title of that album, Jagged Little Pill. Yes. And every time I scratch my neck down someone else's back, I hope you feel it. Well, can you feel it? Well, I'm here to remind you. All right, let me go back. So Paris Hilton, she's one of the models that I have listed. Here's another model, but she's from back in the day. But some of y'all might know who this is. She even played in some movies. You ought to know. Remember Alanis did, 'cause I got one hand in my pocket and the other one's giving a high five. I'm drunk, but I'm sober. I'm here, but I'm really gone. She was like, I'm tired, but I'm working, yeah. I'm brave, but I'm chicken shit. And what it all comes down to is that everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine. 'Cause I got one hand in my pocket and the other one's flicking a cigarette. That was my shit. Some of y'all was jamming to that Alanis Morissette back in the day. And what it all comes down to, my friends, yeah, is that everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine. All right. You could tell she was a little unhinged. That's at 12th house Mars. 'Cause I got one hand in my pocket and the other one's playing a piano. All right. But yeah, that song brings back memories. Talk about the 90s, man. That was my college days. I even like that thank you song she had. Thank you, India. Thank you, Providence. All right. Here's the model I'm talking about that got Mars and Pisces. Sorry for taking so long. But that's Jerry Hall. So Jerry Hall, Mars and Pisces. She was a popular model back in the 70s. I guess the early 80s too. All right. We also got, who else? Oh, here's a big one. And what it all comes down to, my friends, yeah, is that everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine. All right, where's she at? 'Cause I got one hand in my pocket. And isn't it ironic? A little too ironic. Yeah, I really do think. All right, so I might have been already sharing that. So here we go. Another one with Mars and Pisces model. Might have already saw it. Kimora Lee Simmons, right? So yeah, Mars and Pisces. Like that's all she knows is the modeling life. She knows a little bit about the music industry too with that Mars and Pisces. Her getting with what's his name? Damn, I can't remember his name. Russell Simmons. Remember Russell Simmons had that sex scandal? Like he was basically being charged with sexual harassment or something, and then that was neatly swept under the rug. So you love your Joker's people. Thank you so much, Johnny. Johnny. Angry Johnny. Yeah, Russell Simmons. So yeah. Mars and Pisces models. All right, here's another one. Oh, she was a big one. Let me pull her up. Some of these chicks are top models that got the Mars and Pisces. And it makes sense because Mars and Pisces, that means you could be always photo ready. You photogenic. You get your picture taken all the time. You know how to pose. You know how to work it. You know how to vogue. You know how to do all that shit. And you learn some makeup tips along the way. So yeah, very Mars and Pisces. So let me pull up another Mars and Pisces representative. Oh, that's a beautiful picture of her. You might as well say she's iconic in terms of models, right? Wouldn't you say Cindy Crawford is iconic in terms of being a model? She had the hair, she had the face, she had that little birthmark, looked like a cookie crumb on the side of her mouth, but it worked for her. And then other women was trying to copy that shit, trying to get some brown eyeliner or dab that shit, but it didn't work out. She was the only one that could pull that look off. But yeah, very, very beautiful woman, very deserving of being a model. LeBou said, yeah, she was fire her day. Yes, Cindy Crawford. Me B said, notice Mars and Pisces have very seductive lips. Yeah, and they, like I said, they got that sultry look too. Yeah, she's what you call that classic beauty. All right, next model. Now she's from the old school, but I'm going to include her because a lot of people like this movie that she starred in back in the day. So we're going to put her up here too. She was a hoe too. From what I heard she got around. And what she got on her head is so Mars and Pisces. I'm about to show y'all. Cause I got one hand in my pocket and the other one's flipping you the bird. All right. So that a lot of y'all don't know who this is, but this is Lana Turner. This is the chick that played in Imitation of Life, you know, with the black chick trying to pass for white. So Lana Turner, she was pretty smoking back in her day. She had that sultry look. Look at that. She had the look of glamour, and she had that turban on top of her head. And that's very indicative of that Mars and Pisces. But she started off being a model. She was even a pinup girl. And like I said, Mars and Pisces, that's the pinup girl. Oh, that's good. Root beer. All right, let me pull up another model that has Mars and Pisces. I'm drunk, but I'm sober. I'm high, but I'm underwhelmed. What it all comes down to. He hasn't aged that well, so let me find a younger picture of him. Everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine. Cause I got one hand in my pocket. All right. Even this isn't a good. I've seen him in better pictures in terms of modeling. Now, he's not a classic model. He became like a model by default simply because of the way he looks. So let me just blow this up. Does anybody know who this is? He looked like James Bond right there. Was he playing the role of James Bond? Who's that? You said, oh, Frank Sinatra was with her. Oh, I got you with the Frank Sinatra. Just hold on for a minute. Just hold on. Yeah, that's David. Diana said can't stand him. David Beckham. Yes, he's done some modeling and shit. So, yeah. So he's included in the model category with his Mars and Pisces. And he just has that model scowl. You know how a lot of the male models have that scowl on their face? He got that look. He looked like he could be in a Gucci ad or Givenchy or some shit like that. All right. So somebody mentioned Frank Sinatra. So I'm going to pull up one of Frank Sinatra's women because she was a model, and she had Mars in Pisces, and she definitely had that model look. I would consider her to be a handsome beauty, but yeah, she gorgeous and had this sultry look. So let me copy this. And this was the love of Frank Sinatra's life, and Frank was the love of her life. So right here, Ava Gardner, model. So she started off being a model, and then she became an actress. And I think after she was even an actress, she did some modeling stuff. But yeah, she has that sultry look that I talk about with Mars and Pisces. She was a model, and this is so this is like Hollywood glamour right here. These hoes out here in Hollywood nowadays, they don't know nothing about this old school Hollywood glamour. And this is when celebrities kept shit quiet. You know, back then they didn't have Instagram, they didn't have Twitter and shit. These Hollywood starlets, they knew their place and they stayed in their place and they kept a lot of secrets. And that's how it should be. Nowadays, these stars, they just be outing themselves and all this stuff. But yeah, Ava Gardner, classic beauty, was the love of Frank Sinatra's life, but they had a very tumultuous relationship. They was fighting each other all the time. I think they did marry, but then they got divorced, and yeah, like Frank Sinatra was very, very possessive over her. He was a Sagittarius and he had a horrible temper and shit like that. And one time she told him, she was like, I can sleep with whoever the fuck I want to sleep with, or something like that. And that just made him lose it. So Ava Gardner is a perfect example of a Mars in Pisces model. Here's another one. Some of y'all might not know that she started off as a model, but it makes a lot of sense considering who her ex-husband is. Let me try to find an old picture of her. Cause she hasn't aged well at all. But yeah, let me pull up this one. Now, I would say she wasn't that great looking as a model, but I could see how some people would say, oh, yeah, you should be a model and shit like that. Actually, let me just copy this image and paste it onto here. Does anybody know who that is? I didn't see mine, or is Naomi Campbell on my list? Hold on, let me check. No, she's not on my list. Y'all gonna laugh when I bring up the last one though. So yes, Ivana Trump, that was Trump's first wife. She started off as a model as well. So she has Mars and Pisces, and again, she attracted a type of man that's going to basically pamper her and spoil her and shit. So I'm sure she got that dealing with Trump. And I think she ended up winning a lot of money in the divorce settlement, if I'm not mistaken. Another one we have, and she was very pretty, but now she's like some type of humanitarian or some shit. But let me pull her up. I want to know if anybody knows who this is. This is also kind of before our time, but she has Mars and Pisces, and she was a model as well. Does anybody know who that is? Let me get the long picture so you see her stockings. And some men with Mars and Pisces, they might get off on like having a woman's stocking, especially those kind with the garter belt and shit like that. Them old school stockings that you had to pull up and have a garter belt and all that type. Them Mars and Pisces, man, they go crazy over some garter belt or some teddy or some negligee and shit like that. Yes, that's Bianca Jagged. So what she, yeah, so she had to be married to Mick Jagger before, because she got his last name. But yeah, so she was what you call it? She was a model, but now she's like some type of humanitarian, and she be doing like all this Amnesty International shit and all that. But yeah, she was a Pisces. And then I think I got a couple of more for the Mars and Pisces models. Oh, here's another one. She's pretty famous in terms of being a model, but some people may not find her quite recognizable. But we'll see if somebody knows who this is. I don't think she's that great looking either, but I mean, I could see why she became a model. She does have the bone structure and shit, but I feel like there's more to be desired with this one. And she probably got in mainly because of her body type. But here she is right here. Another Mars and Pisces famous model. Who's that? Yeah, Bianca Jagger was beautiful. Well, she is beautiful. She's still alive. Yes, there you go. Some people recognize her. That's Heidi Klum. Wasn't she the one that got married to Seal? No, we're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy. Yes, that's Heidi Klum. She's the one that likes to get all dressed up for Halloween and shit. And it makes sense because she got Mars and Pisces. And some people with Mars and Pisces, they might love to put on costumes and shit. They might go all out for Halloween. So every year she has like this big Halloween party. And she always has this like extravagant Halloween costume on and some shit like that, which is so Mars and Pisces. Now, last but not least, we got one last model in the Mars and Pisces category. Something look like it's going wrong down there, downtown. But I'll let y'all be the judge of it. I don't know what's going on downtown with this one. We should call her, my bad, that's my class. Hold on. We should call her downtown Julie Brown. Or maybe even downtown Doodoo Brown. Hold on. Y'all see that crotch area? What's going on down there? Look like her panties are trying to run away from that stank. That stank snatch. Them panties trying to escape. Trying to run the hell away. Who's that, y'all? Oh, Dr. Ken said it. My Pisces sister Coco. Yeah. So, she's a model too. There's different types of models. She would be considered like that pinup girl type of model. Or you could even just say, porn type of model or whatever you want to call it. But, she's a model nonetheless. So I did include her in this group right here. So, yeah. You said, what's going on with her, period? Yeah. Yep. All right. Next list. Let's see what else we have. Next, we have the charlatans, the liars, and those who live a lie or where they got some secrets. And maybe at some point they did reveal their secrets. So here's the first one. And his secret wasn't even that dark, but because he grew up in a certain time, he didn't feel comfortable being out and about. So let me pull up this dude because he's in my secrets. He's in my secrets category. I won't tell your secrets. Your secrets are safe with me. Safe with me. Somebody had already mentioned Ricky Martin. So that's Ricky Martin. He was in the group Menudo, and he kept his sexuality a secret for quite a while. And then I think it was like the turn of the century. It was like around the early 2000s. He decided to come out and basically say that he's gay. But yeah, he was hiding his sexuality for quite a while. So he's in my living a lie, living. Look, remember he had living La Vida Loca? That was code word for living a lie. Living La Vida Liar. That's what that was about. All side inside out, living la vida loca. Yes, that was the song though. Living la vida loca, living la vida loca. Yeah, Ricky Martin is fine. He is fine. Even like I think that's a recent picture. Like my God. All right, that's that Mars and Pisces magic though. All right, who else we got on the list of liars, charlatans, uh, secrets? Let's see. Oh, I know who we got. Let me add her up in there. Now, some of y'all might think secrets. I won't tell your secrets. She got a lot. Your secrets are safe with me. All right. I won't tell your secrets. All right. Who's that, y'all? Ain't nobody talk about baby boy. Oh. Y'all, we still in here, Felicia. How long have I been on? About 2 hours, 35 minutes. Yes, that's Kelly Rowland. Now, Kelly Rowland, I don't know for sure if she got some secrets, but there's been some speculation about Kelly Rowland. Number one, like who her dad really is. Some people have been speculating that her dad is actually Matthew Knowles. To me, she looked more like Matthew than Beyonce does. Go figure. Also, her baby. I remember when she had that little baby, that baby looked a lot like Jay-Z. Let me pull up Kelly Rowland's child. Kelly Rowland and baby. I won't tell your secrets. Somebody ain't being honest up in here. Because it's funny how this baby look a lot like Blue Ivy. Look at that. What's up with that? Now, some of that you could say, okay, that baby look like Kelly. But I feel like that baby look kind of like Jay-Z too, or somebody. Like, but it's funny how that baby look a lot like Blue Ivy when Blue Ivy was a baby. So maybe it is where they do share the same father or some type of blood up in there. I agree, Alice. She would play a great Donna Summer. She looks a lot like her. Yeah, look a lot like Blue Ivy. What is going on? Yeah, they might be blood related. And maybe that is Matthew Knowles' daughter, because you already know he had children outside of his marriage. So maybe it started with Kelly Rowland. I'm just saying, but she's on my list of secrets and lies. Next person. Here's another one. I don't trust this woman as far as I could throw her because some of her story was straight up lies. And one time I was listening to this video with Judge Joe Brown, and he was basically telling what he knew about this woman, which you'll see in a minute. And it was nothing like how this woman is portrayed in that movie she was in. And I told y'all before, remember I was like, Tina was no victim. Remember I told y'all that. Yeah, she might have, been going toe to toe with Ike. She might have got beat with Ike, but I was like, she is Sagittarius at the end of the day. So I know some of what she was going through was more so like, well, basically, I'll tell Judge Joe Brown said, because he knew them, he knew Tina Turner and Ike Turner. And he said that Ike was the one that was more in control and like in control of himself and more peaceful. He was like, Tina was the wild one. Tina was the one that was, would walk up to you and punch you in the face and shit. And let's not forget, she shot Randy Jackson. I'll never forget that. She shot Randy Jackson in the ass, trying to make it seem like she didn't know what she was doing. Because maybe she was trying to push up on Randy Jackson's ex-girlfriend. And Randy Jackson had came over. I forget who the girl was. But yeah, she shot Randy in the ass. And let's not forget on What's Love Got to Do with It. They made it seem like Ike was the first father of her child, but Tina already had a child when she got with Ike. So there was the lie right there. Like, she told a bald-faced lie in that movie, What's Love Got to Do with It? Like, how can you totally leave out one child out of your story? Again, she was trying to make herself seem like she was some saint, like she was innocent, and that's that Mars and Pisces shit. All right, next person that's living a lie. Living La Vida Loca. Now, you know he's done lived La Vida Loca, but he's still living a lie because he's never quite come out about what he's really into. Living La Vida Loca. All right. It's jingling, baby. It's jingling, baby. Who's that? It's jingling, baby. It's jingling, baby. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Telling me I need a girl who's as sweet as a dove. For the first time in my life, I see I need love. There I was, giggling about the games that I played with many hearts, but I ain't saying no name. Yeah, I need love. Ladies love Cool James. But, there's different types of ladies out there. So, he likes the ladies that got a little something extra. There's a few people that have came out on YouTube spilling the tea on Mr. LL. So Mr. LL has been caught out there dealing with transgender women, and that's just his thing. But he's never came out and admitted it. But there's been rumors spreading around about him in terms of what he's really into. So yes, he's very much about Hooker with a Penis, which is a song by Tool, one of my favorite rock bands. But yeah, that's what he likes. He likes a hooker with a penis. Mm-hmm. Yup. So he's another one living a lie, living La Vida Loca. Here's another one. Living La Vida Loca. This will put things in perspective about LL when I pull up this picture. Why is his eyes all red like that? Ew. He is not attractive. Let me pull this guy up. She'll turn you inside out, living La Vida Loca. All right, who's that? Back to back. First LL, then we got, who's this, y'all? And remember, he was caught out there with a transgender woman as well. And he went on YouTube and he was trying to clear his name and stuff. I think he even had an interview with Vlad and he was trying to clear his name and all that type of stuff. So isn't it interesting? We got two men back to back with Mars and Pisces that have been caught out there. Yes, that's Young Buck. Mm-hmm. So yeah, again, living a lie, secrets, secret sexual rendezvous. Yes, so Young Buck is on my list. Who else do we have? Oh yeah. Here's another one. Living a lie. Living La Vida Loca. Living La Vida Loca. Some of y'all might not want to hear this. Y'all might not want to believe me. But I've been saying this about this bird for years. Who's that? She didn't even change her first name. She said, fuck it. She said, fuck it. I'm going to have these motherfuckers believing that I'm a woman. Who's that? And remember I talked about the gender fluidity, the sexual fluidity that could come with Mars and Pisces. And that can water down one's masculinity. Yeah, that's Glenn Close. Didn't even bother to change the damn name. And we all fell for it, with the whole Fatal Attraction. But watch that movie Fatal Attraction again because they be dropping little hints about who she really is. Like she lives in the meatpacking district of New York City, which is notorious for transgender prostitutes. So yeah, Glenn Close, she's one of them old school transgenders. Most definitely. But a lot of people still don't want to believe it. But look at that jawline. Look at that brow ridge. Look at that shit. All right, next we got so living a lie, living La Vida Loca. Here's another one. A lot of people totally slept on this one, and I used to scream to the mountaintops about this one, but nobody wanted to hear me. People wanted to believe what they basically were hearing, and I'm like, this one is very obvious, but people act like they couldn't see it. So let me get a good picture of this one. Living La Vida Loca. This is some La Vida Loca shit. I'm trying to get a good picture. I guess. And some men were lusting over her too. I'll use this one because actually she looks the most feminine in this one than in a lot of pictures. So I'm gonna do her a little justice, but it is what it is. All right, who's that? Mars and Pisces. Remember, I said Mars and Pisces could be a charlatan, could be living a lie, could be, passing off something, could be an illusion. Who's that? Some of y'all were big fans of her back in the day. WrestleMania. Mm-hmm. Yep. Anybody remember who that is? She died. Yeah, that's China. That's the wrestler China. I believe China is a biological male, transgender. I used to say that years ago and nobody wanted to hear it. People were like, oh, you crazy. That's a woman. She just took testosterone, steroids, and stuff. I'm like, no, that's a full grown man right there. So she's on my list for Mars and Pisces, living a lie. Me B said, didn't China say she was intersex because of her huge clitoris? That's a penis she got. All right, moving along. Oh, this is another one. Living a lie. Living La Vida Loca. Here we go. And for some reason, she kind of reminds me of Kelly Rowland, just in terms of them both being able to tell these bald-faced lies with a straight face. Living La Vida Loca, living a lie. Secret love affairs. Think about this when I pull her up. Who's that? Living a lie, living La Vida Loca. Don't she got that same kind of like, not face like Kelly Rowland, but again, they both got that lying face where they could lie straight to you without, breaking their character. They could have that poker face, be telling some straight up lies and not break a sweat. Gayle King. Now, y'all know what she's been lying about for all these years. That's Oprah's girlfriend. And when I say girlfriend, you know what I mean. So having that secret sexual affair for many years, keeping it under wraps, Stedman Graham playing the role of the fake ass boyfriend and shit when it was really about Oprah and Gayle. And did you know it was one of Oprah's family members came out? It was like her aunt or something. And she said that whenever Oprah went on vacation, it was always Oprah, Stedman, and Gayle. Gayle always had to come on vacation with them. They had Stedman sleeping down in the galley probably, or in the fucking engineer room, while they had a luxury suite on some ship or something like that on some yacht. But yeah, Gayle King always came on the vacations with Oprah. So it makes you wonder, because if you got a man, a lot of times you're going to want to just go on vacation with you and your man. You don't want your best friend tagging along being that third wheel. But we know who Oprah's man really is, or I'll say lover really is. It's Gayle. So again, Mars and Pisces, living a lie. All right, so we're done with that. Oh, here's another one. Some of y'all might know who this is. Some of y'all may not. But he's a dude I don't trust. Now he's an Aquarius, and I'm pretty sure y'all could tell by the way this dude looks, all the way down with his bleach blonde hair, but he got Mars in Pisces. Anybody know who that is? And again, I'm putting him in my liar, charlatan, fakery category. Secrets as well. Who's that? Some of y'all been to his nasty ass restaurant. Yes, Guy Fieri. Good, Jamari. That's Guy Fieri. You know why I have him on the liar category? It's because he claims to have this thing against gay men, but I bet you he got a secret attraction to men. I wouldn't be surprised, or it might even be worse. It might be underage boys. I'm just saying. You gotta watch people, dudes like him. Because I remember one time, I think it was these gay guy restaurant or something, and he refused to tape the show or something. So when a guy that's some real homophobia shit. Like sometimes they throw that word around, homophobic, and really it's not being used correctly. But Guy Fieri, the way he was acting when it came to like filming shows where it was like, you know, gay guys and they might have been married and they own a restaurant, he was saying he didn't want to do it and stuff, and it made him uncomfortable and all that stuff. Yeah, because you was afraid your true identity would slip out. You was afraid that you would spill your own tea. That's what that's about. And yeah, he always driving these muscle cars and shit, but deep down inside, he as soft as a marshmallow. There ain't nothing hard about this man. And I'm sure he gets hard on when he see a nice, you know, young, slimmy type of dude or whatever. But yeah. So, wait a minute. You said DL yet homophobic. Explain. That happens all the time. You don't know? Some of the men that are the most homophobic are secretly either DL or they got a secret attraction to men. The ones that make a big deal out of it, that's what I'm saying. So sometimes you gotta, you know, really watch out for that. And I'm not saying he gotta be all kissy face with these men, but when he's acting like, oh no, I can't have this and all this type of stuff, I'm like, yeah, it makes you wonder. Really makes you wonder. All right, so that's enough of my liars list and secret life. For artists, the most consummate or one of the most consummate artists, he was also a nutcase too. Somebody already mentioned him, and you could just see it in his face. A troubled soul. He had that look of sadness to him, and that very much is indicative of that Mars in Pisces. I don't think this man was happy much at all throughout his life. But again, he's iconic in terms of being a consummate artist. And here's a self-portrait of him. A lot of people know that as Vincent van Gogh. And his original paintings fetch a large amount of money. But yeah, crazier than a bag of cat shit, basically. All right, moving on. So now I have the creep category. So here's the creeps, the sexual deviants, the ones that are out to get people, like to victimize others, things like that. I don't even like pulling up a picture of this man, but we gonna do it for Mars and Pisces' sake. So he's one of the creepiest and sleaziest of them all. Here we go right here. Everybody should know who he is by now. Who's that? I need some root beer dealing with this fool. Somebody said, who, Robert? Alice said, no. Jeffrey Epstein. Yes. Jeff. Now, remember I said Pisces rules islands. So he has Mars in Pisces, and you know he owns his own private island. Epstein's Island, that's very much Mars and Pisces. Sexual victimization, very much Mars and Pisces. Sexual prostitution, very much Mars and Pisces. So are you asking, do I think that he faked his death, like jumped into another body? He might have faked his death because, again, they can assume a whole nother identity. I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of those ones that faked his death and he was able to be let out of prison and stuff like that so he could continue on doing his dirt. So, yeah, him having the sexual secrets, the sex trafficking, all that, very Mars and Pisces, even down to him being in jail and all that. So, he's on the creep list. Here's another one. Some of y'all don't want to believe this because y'all love a lot of his films, but he has been found to do some questionable things, and he has this weird fascination with gloves, like children's gloves. Like he'll take pictures of and post it on his Twitter or Instagram account. He was one of the first celebrities to come out saying he had the ether, and I remember being very skeptical of him about that. So, who's that, y'all? Everybody should know who this is. Yeah, I'm doing super chats. I'm just waiting until I get to the end of this live stream. So please be patient. And if you can't wait, you could always send your question directly to my email and I'll get to it after this live stream. And I'm almost finished, so don't worry. Somebody said, Forrest, run, Forrest, run. Yes, that's Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is creepy. I used to really like him back in the day, especially when he was doing like the comedian movies, the comedies and stuff. Then he got all serious. It seemed like after Forrest Gump, he tried to be more of that serious actor, and then he was playing in those movies like Angels and Demons and stuff like that. But over the years, some information has come out about him. Like he could be involved with the whole Epstein shit and all that. He's on that list actually. So just keep that in mind. Tom Hanks, Mars and Pisces. This dude is living a lie and he got some secrets. And he's in my creep list. All right, here's another one. Now, he may not be a creep in real life, but he played one in a movie. So let me just pull him up. He did a good job of playing a creep. Because if he showed up at my door looking like this, shit, ain't nobody would be home that day. All right, who's that? Clarice. He got Mars and Pisces, and he played a real good job playing a straight up creep. Clarice. Oh yeah, remember that movie Big? Yeah, that was very questionable with Tom. Hey Justin. So you said John Cena got Mars and Pisces too, and I already know that he's very sexually fluid the way he carries on. Yes, that's Anthony Hopkins, the dude that played Hannibal Lecter, one of the creepiest characters in film history when he portrayed Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. I'm having an old friend for dinner. Yeah. I ate her liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. So, yeah, very creepy character. Even if that's not him in real life, that's very much indicative of that. So, we got to pull this person up again because he's on my creep list. Even though he may not have been a creep in real life, but he really played a creepy role with the Joker. So he's on my creep list. So it doesn't matter if they're a creep in real life. If they played a creep really good. Oh, yeah. Remember that Buffalo Bill put the lotion in the basket? Yeah. But Heath Ledger did a good job playing the Joker and him being creep-tastic like that. Let me see. Another example we have for the creeps. Let me pull a picture of him. Now, this one was very fitting for Mars and Pisces because he was very much into spirituality and the theatrics of spirituality and shit. And him wanting to be all into magic and stuff like that, very much dealing with that. So let me pull a picture of him up. Very Mars and Pisces. Very creepy ass dude. All right, let me share my screen and pull this up. And he was also talented in music. I believe Anton LaVey knew how to play the organ and maybe the harpsichord and the piano and stuff like that. So he started off being a musician, and I think he also worked for the circus, which is very Mars and Pisces. I think he was a circus performer, and then he decided to create the Church of Satan and basically espouse what is now known as LaVeyan Satanism. And that's very Mars and Pisces, because Pisces is a sign that could deal with Satanism, especially from a mystical standpoint, and the magic and the spells and the ceremonies and stuff like that, the sacrifices. Very Mars and Pisces. So I know he sacrificed some people. He was probably carrying out some of the main sacrifices back in the day in Hollywood. And like they would like put spells on people and stuff, and if they didn't want a certain actor to get a part, they might put a spell on them, just like in that movie Rosemary's Baby. And Anton LaVey he played a small cameo role in the movie Rosemary's Baby, basically where Rosemary gets pregnant with the devil's child. Well, the scene where Rosemary's getting raped by the devil, that's played by Anton LaVey right here. So yeah, very Mars and Pisces. Oops, I didn't mean to stop share. Let me pull that back up. So yeah, he's on my creep list. So I creep. Yeah, I just keep it on the down low, since nobody is supposed to know. So I creep. Yeah, 'cause he doesn't know what I do. Some of y'all Mars and Pisces be about creeping. Okay, this is a big time creep. You might as well say this is a demon in the flesh. And actually, I'm going to take some time out and read a little bit about this guy and his chart. Actually, I don't even know if I have time to get into it. I'm actually going to read his story a little bit. But let me pull up his birthday. I don't know if anybody knows who this guy is, but this is on some real dark shit. Of course, he's a Scorpio. Surprise, surprise. November 6, 1956. So it says Mark Paul Alain Dutroux is a Belgian convicted serial killer, rapist, and child molester. Dutroux was convicted in 1989 for the abduction and rape of 5 young girls with his then wife, Michelle Martin, and other accomplices. He was released on parole after 3 years in prison. You hear that? 3 years in prison. This is why this stuff continues to proliferate, because they just give these predators a slap on the wrist. Then in 1996, Dutroux was arrested on suspicion of having kidnapped, remember I told you Pisces is kidnapping, tortured, and sexually abused 6 girls aged between 8 and 19, 4 of whom died. His widely publicized trial took place in 2004. I'm going to have to pull his chart real quick. Dutroux was convicted of all charges, along with the murder of a suspected former accomplice, and sentenced to life imprisonment. Dutroux's accomplices included Michelle Martin, Michelle Levere, Michelle Nihul, and Bernard Weinstein. Martin was convicted and sentenced as an accomplice to 30 years in prison. Now, basically, this guy came out and was saying that law enforcement was involved with the cover-ups and stuff. So it says a number of shortcomings in the Dutroux investigation caused widespread discontent in Belgium with the country's criminal justice system. And the ensuing scandal was one of the reasons for the reorganization of Belgium's law enforcement agencies and widespread allegations of corruption and infiltration of the Belgian justice system by a criminal enterprise. In White March, 300,000 Belgian citizens protested the mishandling of the case. Now, guess what? This guy is from Belgium. And guess what? Belgium has Mars in Pisces. And Belgium is a very sexually permissive country. It basically does not frown upon any type of sexual deviant behavior, just about, which explains why he basically got off. So you want me to put his name in the Marc Dutroux. So some people want to research him, I guess. So Marc Dutroux, I think that's how you spell it. So let me just pull his chart. So again, I'm not surprised that he's a Scorpio, born November 6th. So, and that 6 makes sense because he had other people helping him. Born November 6, 1956. All right. So let me see. So he was born in Enzels, Belgium. I don't even know how to spell that, but I'll just copy and paste. And I don't have his time of birth, and I don't have time to be looking it up. So I'll just stick with what I have. All right. So I just want to see if he has some key themes in his chart. So I was looking for Leo because he is a child predator. He does have Uranus and Leo opposing Chiron and Aquarius. He has, what is that? Mercury square Uranus and Leo. Neptune square Uranus and Leo. That's the kidnapping right there with the Neptune square Uranus and Leo. Let me see if he has the child predator asteroid prominent in his chart. If not, it could be close to his ascendant. Or yes, he does. I be telling y'all about that asteroid Hebe. Marc Dutroux has Saturn conjoined to the asteroid Hebe. And with Saturn being in Sagittarius, that points to child sex trafficking, basically. So yeah, he got it. I told y'all that's that asteroid that you gotta be watchful of when it comes to these predators of children. So yeah. Yeah, I know you would know Akeda. So you said he was involved in a cult trafficking ring. I'm sure you remember this story. Yep. Yep. And basically they was exposing people in Belgium about this sex trafficking ring, but then it was just swept under the rug after a while. People stopped talking about it and reporting on it. But yeah, this stuff is still alive and well. So he's definitely on my creep list. And again, remember I said Belgium, period. The country of Belgium has Mars and Pisces. So it makes sense why you can basically live out any sexual fantasy you want in Belgium. Research it if you don't believe me. Belgium is that's a sexually dark, deviant country. Okay, who am I looking at now? Oh, this is another one that's a creep or was a creep. And I know a lot of y'all ain't gonna know who this is. But he was part of the counterculture movement. He was part of the hippie generation. And he has Mars and Pisces. And he is a creep. And he was also known as a child predator as well. So isn't it interesting that we're seeing some of these people being child predators and have Mars and Pisces? Does anybody know who this is? Let me pull that up bigger. Does anybody know who that is? Good night, C. Thomas. You going to bed early. Oh, you're dealing with vertigo. I hope you feel better. Yeah, because usually you be hanging tough late at night. Yes, he was a poet, Roma. So do you know what his name is? A lot of people don't know who he is because he's from like the 60s. He was one of the beatniks. He was from the beatnik generation, and then he helped to usher in the hippie culture. Yes, Allen Ginsberg. Allen Ginsberg promoted sex between adults and children, basically. So, yeah, he was a child predator as well, but he's widely celebrated. Yeah, there you go, Akeda. Widely celebrated in the hippie culture and in the beatnik movement. So he's on my creep list. Here's another one that's on the creep list. Damn, I might have to do a part 2 because I still got to get to the super chats. God damn. I'm almost finishing up though, because yeah, I might have to do a part 2 for y'all. Because I got more people on these lists. I didn't realize I have so many people to go through. Look at that hair. Wait till y'all see this shit. Like, sometimes you can judge a book by its cover. I mean, look the way he looks. Look the way he looks, all trashy and creepy. And this one, you could definitely judge a book by its cover with this fool. Look at this shit. Does anybody know who that is? And it's interesting that both him and Tina Turner got Mars and Pisces. And they were working together at some point. I'm not saying that they got a connection in terms of creepiness or whatever, but some of y'all might know who it is now that I mentioned Tina Turner. You said he looks like a plant. He looks like a cactus, don't he? Phil Spector, good. Diana got it too. Phil Spector, Akeda got it. Phil Spector, yes. So let me just read about Phil Spector real quick so we can qualify this creep-tastic. But don't he look like a creep, period, just the way he looks? And like I'm saying, like sometimes you can judge a book by its cover. All right. So Phil Spector, he's a Capricorn, was an American record producer and songwriter best known for his innovative recording practices and entrepreneurship. He is regarded as one of the most influential figures in pop music history. Now, let's get to his crimes, like what he did. Popular culture, personal life, relationships and children. Come on now. Health, illness, and death. It says in his first criminal trial for the Clarkson murder, so he murdered, I think it was his girlfriend. Let me see. Forced to perform simulated intercourse with his girlfriend. Oh, he was keeping people captive too. That's very Mars and Pisces. I told you that's kidnapping. But I'm trying to get to the murder part. It's getting hot in here. Oh my God. Where is it? Okay, here it is. In 2009, after spending 3 decades in semi-retirement, he was convicted for the 2003 murder of the actress Lana Clarkson and sentenced to 19 years to life in prison. He died in prison. And then it also looked like he was like holding people against their will. So here it is right here. In her 1990 memoir, Be My Baby, How I Survived Mascara, Miniskirts, and Madness, Bennett alleged that Spector had imprisoned her, very Mars and Pisces, in his California mansion and subjected her to years of psychological torment. According to Bennett, Spector sabotaged her career. Sabotage, that's that Mars and Pisces. He sabotaged her career by forbidding her to perform. She escaped from the mansion barefoot with the help of her mother in 1972. In their 1974 divorce settlement, she forfeited all future record earnings and surrendered custody of their children. She alleged that this was because Spector threatened to hire a hitman to kill her. Spector's sons, Gary and Dante, both stated that their father kept them captive as children and that they were forced to perform simulated intercourse with his girlfriend. According to Gary, I was blindfolded and sexually molested. Remember I told him Mars and Pisces like to blindfold you. I was blindfolded and sexually molested. Dad would say, you're going to meet someone and it would be a learning experience. Dante describes himself as coming from a very sick, twisted, dysfunctional family. Wow. Yeah, so creep of the week. All right, couple of more and then I got to get into these readings. So, damn, I got a whole nother category. I got so many categories, y'all. So I'm going to have to stop and get into these super chats because I know a lot of people are waiting. I didn't realize this was going to be so long and drawn out. But this one I definitely want to talk about with creep on the creep list. The picture alone like creeps you out of this dude. Damn, why is that shit so blurry? All right, let me do this one. Some of y'all gonna remember this dude. Y'all forgot about him, but when I pull it up, y'all gonna be like, oh my God, I remember that dude. What is he associated with? And who is that? Y'all remember this crazy looking dude? He got Mars and Pisces. He's on the creep list. Anybody remember who this is? You said one of them shooters. Yup. He was one of the shooters. Let me just pull up his story real quick. That's Adam Lanza. And I think he did the Sandy Hook, or he was accused of it. Now look at him. Does he look like he's in control? Nah, there's something behind his will. Like, he's definitely on some mind control zombie type shit. Might be some type of drugs that got him just being a total mind control slave. So Mars and Pisces, in some cases, extreme cases, can result in being a mind controlled slave. So maybe he did shoot up the school, but I don't think he did it of his own volition. I mean, just look at those eyes. He ain't even there. He's gone. So it says the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting occurred on December 14th, 2012 in Newtown, Connecticut. Research that Newtown, Connecticut. That is a creepy ass town. And there's something suspect with that town. So when 20-year-old Adam Lanza shot and killed 26 people, 20 of the victims were children between 6 and 7 years old, and 6 were adult staff members. Earlier that day, oh, remember I said with Mars and Pisces, that could result in being falsely accused or even framed? So again, he might have did it, but I don't think he was acting on his own. I think he's one of those mind control assassins, mind control, basically zombie type of dudes that works for, the secret government, CIA, some shit like that. So it says earlier that day, before driving to school, he shot and killed his mother at their Newtown home. As first responders arrived at the school, Lanza committed suicide by shooting himself in the head. And a lot of times that's the best way for them to do it with these mind controlled assassins, have them shoot themselves. So, you can't ask a dead body any questions. You know what I'm saying? Now, before I get into these super chats, let me pull up, because I got another category that I want to get into, but I may not have time to pull up too many examples. But he's going to be the ambassador for this category right here. So let me just pull up a good picture of my man. Not my man, but hold up. Where is the picture I had? I guess this will do for now. All right. So the next category I have is oily, greasy. Wait a minute. What did I call it? This is the oily, greasy, and jelly category. So some people with Mars and Pisces, they might overdo it on the oils, on the grease, whether it's hair grease, cooking grease. They might overdo it on the hair gel. And here's a perfect example. Mars and Pisces. Do you see that shit? This is why Jermaine Jackson always looks greasy. This is why it looked like he does smear shellac on his hair, and it's just all extra crunchy and crusty and shit. When you touch it, that shit ain't moving at all. But yeah, greasy ass looking Jermaine. Let me get another picture of him just to show this isn't a one-time deal. Greasy. Look at that hair. Come on now. Come on, Jermaine. But again, remember I said when you got Mars and Pisces, you might not have a strong sense of self. And that could even include in terms of how you look, like how you coming across. He might not be aware of what he's doing to himself. Look at that crunchy ass hair. That's a result of using too much goddamn hair gel and too much oil and grease. Yeah, his hair looked like a helmet. I got some more examples of the greasiness, the oiliness. Now, it could have started way back in his youth with Jermaine. He might have been told once that he was ashy. They might have been like, Jermaine, you are ashy. And ever since, he been smearing his skin with Crisco and dumping a whole vat of gel on top of his head. So all it took was that one comment for him to be embarrassed, Mars and Pisces, for him to just go overboard with the hair grease, the lotion, the baby oil, all that type of stuff. Here's another greasy motherfucker. Now, he's not just in the greasy category, he's in the drug addict category. And some people might not even know who this is, but he a greasy one for real. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. Where is my crucifix? So here's another grease monkey. Some of y'all might know who this is. I remember seeing him in the tabloids because I used to get the Star magazine, y'all, because that back then it used to be juicy. So he used to always be in the Star magazine, drunk as shit, all hopped up on drugs, and he was dating somebody at the time. I forgot who it was, but they was both hopped up on drugs. But he was a messy drug addict. Does anybody know who that is? Diana said, I don't know him. But, I mean, you know the grease. Look how greasy he looks. Yeah, he is British. That's Pete Doherty. And he was part of a rock band. Wait a minute, let me see. Because he was dating somebody famous. I'm about to tell you. It might have been Ashley Simpson. Hold on. But he was a notorious drunk and drug addict, which is very Mars and Pisces on the dark side. But also just that greasy look. Very Mars and Pisces. All right, so he's married now, it looks like, but I'm trying to see who was he dating back in the day, personal life. Oh no, it was Kate Moss. There it is, Cherry Bell, you said it. He was dating Kate Moss. So Cherry Bell, you said you like how he looks now. Oh, you're saying look how he looks now. So let me see, Pete Doherty, 2022. Oh my God, he gained a lot of weight. Here he is right here. Just another, I'm going to show you the before and after. Damn. So now he must be addicted to food if he overcame his drug addiction. So you see him right here. The image on the left when he was younger, you could still see he was overdoing it with the hair gel and shit. And again, he just got that greasy, oily look to him. Like he needs to just take a hot bath and soak in some Epsom salts or some shit, some baking soda too. Just looking dirty, greasy, grimy. Yeah. So another example of the grease monkey. Let me get another one. Now this one, he wasn't really greasy. He was a bit shiny a lot of times. And he was using way too much hair gel too. Um, a lot of those Mars and Pisces men, they might be into wearing pompadours, if you know what I mean, that pompadour hairdo. And this dude kind of had like a pompadour type of look, but definitely overdoing it on the gel. That might be a wig though. I'm not sure. Now, some of y'all don't know who this is. He's already done going on to his glory, but he's kind of iconic in the world of astrology, I'll say. But he really didn't make the mainstream. But in the Hispanic world, he's big time. Like people in Hispanic countries, they loved his ass. Does anybody know who that is? He was an astrologer, a psychic reader. He had like, shows on Telemundo and shit like that. But he was overdoing it with the hair gel too. And a lot of times he would come across looking all greasy too. Yes, that's Walter Mercado. Walter Mercado. Yes, he was a Hispanic astrologer and a psychic reader, and a lot of people loved him. And he was so much about glitz and glamour and all that type of stuff. Very Mars and Pisces. You said mucho, mucho amor. Yes. He seemed like he was a nice guy, though. And he was the type, wasn't he the type where he was, yes, because I saw a documentary on him and he was saying that he was asexual. And I think he had boyfriends and stuff, but he never really engaged in sex, I don't think. He died a few years ago, I think. But yeah, glamorous, darling. I mean, he was just very much the look of glamour, which is very Mars and Pisces. But, you know, you could tell that hair is crunchy as shit. That's either sprayed to the max with some, you know, Aquanet, or he got the gel, dippity doo gel, or whatever, all up in there. Bit too crunchy for my taste. Let me pull up another greasy one, or jelly. Guy Fieri, we already talked about him. So where's he at? Because he's included with the grease monkey, the too much gel. So we going back to Guy Fieri. He always putting all that gel in his hair, looking like a damn hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog. So yeah, looking like a porcupine with all that gel, getting him, you know, so he could stick his hair up like that. A few more in terms of the grease monkeys, the gel heads. Now he was cute, but he was a little greasy back in the day. I ain't even gonna lie. He kind of overdid it with the hair gel too at times. So let me pull him up. But he was what you would call a heartthrob back in the 80s. But he definitely was using a bit too much hair grease, too much of the ultra sheen or hair gel, or whatever the hell he got up in there. And you know he couldn't get away with this look nowadays. Who's this? Remember, he was like the heartthrob. Isn't he a Pisces sun too? I think he got Sun and Mars in Pisces. Who's that? He was fine back in the day, but that's a bit too much grease in that hair. So y'all see what I'm talking about with the grease, with the hair gel? Yeah, that's Rob Lowe. Mm-hmm. Rob Lowe was a heartthrob back in the day, but you see, with his Mars and Pisces, he overdid it on the hair gel, came across looking hella greasy. And then I have one more, and then I got to segue over into some others. Here's another one that was doing it a bit too much with the grease. At times, I don't think really now, but back in the day, he was a bit on the greasy end, or where he was a little bit too heavy handed when it came to the gel. Where's a good picture of him? He wasn't too bad with it now that I think about it. But I'm trying to find a good picture when he was really going strong with the gel. And why can't I find any of his old pictures? That's crazy. Okay, here's a picture where it's kind of like, all right, this is the best one I could find for now. He wasn't too bad with it, but sometimes he would get a little carried away. That's Bono from U2. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. So basically, you could see this connection where, you know, a lot of these guys with Mars and Pisces, they like that slick back look, or they like that heavily gel look, or whatever like that. So yeah. Thank you for your super chat, Kawhi. Thank you for your super chat, everyone. I'm getting to them in about a few minutes. Just hang tight. So Now I'm going to just run down the list of other people because I don't have time to pull up their pictures. But I also have the category of the heir or the heiress. So basically, Mars in Pisces can be a little prince or a princess, somebody that's going to inherit a trust fund at some point, trust fund baby. So I have a few on this list. Enrique Iglesias. So him basically being a trust fund baby or getting all this money through his father, who was Julio Iglesias. And him and his father were rivals. Like Julio did not want Enrique to become a singer. Julio wanted to be the top singer. And then when it was actually where Enrique became a singer behind Julio Iglesias' back, which is very interesting. But yeah, that's very Mars and Pisces, the secrecy, and then also him being an heir to the throne, dealing with Julio Iglesias. Also, another heir or heiress, we have Lisa Marie Presley, daughter of Elvis Presley. So she was the heir to the Presley fortune. Another heir or heiress we have is Paris Hilton. I already talked about her. She's the heiress of the Hilton Hotel fortune. And then Tori Spelling. She's the daughter of Aaron Spelling. He basically ran Hollywood back in the day in terms of the shows like 90210. He also did Dynasty. Didn't he do? He did like a lot of big time TV shows back in the day. He did quite a few made for TV movies. So Tori Spelling being the heiress to Aaron Spelling makes a lot of sense, even though her selfish ass mom won't break bread with her a lot of times. That's fucked up. I got to do a reading on Tori Spelling and her crazy ass mom, Candy Spelling. All right, and then the next category I have the addicts. Elizabeth Taylor is included in this because she was addicted to marriage. She got married like 7 times. Anthony Bourdain is included in the addicts. He had Mars and Pisces, and that could deal with the secrets that was surrounding him, especially with that chick that he was with. What was her name? Asia Argento. Anthony Bourdain. Corey Haim. He had Mars and Pisces, and he had the drug addiction. And then Gary Coleman. Didn't he have a drug addiction or whatever? Or he should have, considering how his life was. Now, of course, Mars and Pisces are going to produce some fabulous singers. So I have Etta James. She had Mars and Pisces. Faith Evans has Mars and Pisces. That speaks a lot, dealing with her choice of men. Pat Benatar had Mars and Pisces. Maxwell has Mars and Pisces. Tamia, Mars and Pisces. Rick Astley, Mars and Pisces. Now, isn't that interesting that Rick Astley, he's the one that be like, never gonna give you up, never gonna knock you down, never gonna turn around and hurt you. Now, remember when YouTube was first on the scene, people would prank people by sending them a link to a video. The video would say something, and then the person would get Rickrolled. So remember, people were using Rick Astley. Never gonna give you up, never gonna lock you down. And yeah, that shit was hilarious. So the fact that he's part of the whole Rick roll, that's that Mars and Pisces all day. You can't make this stuff up. He was a good singer too. He could dance too. Remember he was shaking his ass in that video? All right, and then who else we got? Terrence Trent D'Arby. Sign your name across my heart. I want you to be my baby. Sign your name. His name is Sananda now. Sananda Maitreya, which is so Mars and Pisces because he's really tapping into his spiritualness. Nana Cherry, my girl, she has Mars and Pisces. Gigolo. Who's that gigolo on the curb? No money man can win my love. Ellie Goulding has Mars and Pisces. Bono of U2, Mars and Pisces. Sarah McLachlan, she's one of those bleeding heart Mars and Pisces. Because remember, she did the song, and it was featured on the one with the dogs being abused. And it was like, in the arms of an angel, fly away with me, or something like that. But she has this other song called Dirty Little Secret that I love, and that's so Mars and Pisces. If I had the chance, love, you know I would not hesitate. Oh my God, that's my shit. All right. Annie Lennox has Mars and Pisces. Tell you all the things I never said before. Don't tell me it's too late, 'cause I relied on my illusions. She's saying she relied on her illusions. That's so Mars and Pisces. To keep me warm at night. I'm denied in my capacity to love. I am willing to give up this fight. Oh my God. Been up all night drinking to drown my sorrows down. Yo, that's my shit. Been up all night drinking. That's so Mars and Pisces. Nothing seems to help me since you went away. I'm so tired of this town. All right, Johnny Cash, singer, country western, also drug addict, Elton John, Mars and Pisces. So, like I'm saying, some good singers got Mars and Pisces. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Or Rocket Man. I love Rocket Man by Elton John. She packed my bags last night, pre-flight, 0 hour, 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high as a kite by then. Okay. Enrique Iglesias, like I said, Enrique, and Jermaine Jackson. So great singers. Jermaine was killing it back in the day when he was in Jackson 5. The actors, so again, Mars and Pisces going to produce some great actors. Michelle Pfeiffer, Denzel Washington, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Rita Wilson, who's the wife of Tom Hanks, Issa Rae, the one that plays in Insecure, Linda Hamilton, she's the one that played in Terminator 1 and 2, Christina Applegate. Now, she kind of became iconic in terms of her being that ditzy blonde on Married with Children. And what's so interesting is Ed O'Neill, the one who played Al, the father on Married with Children, has Mars and Pisces too. And he was iconic in terms of playing the father, the husband that hated his life, that was, always a loser, things like that. Neil Patrick Harris, Doogie Howser, he has Mars and Pisces, and he kept his sexuality a secret for a while. Matthew Broderick has Mars and Pisces, Rosie O'Donnell, Ray Liotta, William Fichtner. I gotta pull up a picture of him because I don't know what it is about this man, but there's something sexy about him. Now he played in what the hell? I think that cat threw itself against my door. William Fichtner, he's played in a number of movies, but you may not know who he is unless you saw him on film. And there's always been something about him that I find to be really sexy about him. Y'all might laugh at me. But yeah, I think he got that sex appeal. Let me try to get a good picture of him. Here's an older picture of him. And when y'all see him, y'all might know who I'm talking about. But he was in the movie Heat. Maybe it's the bone structure. Maybe it's those ice blue eyes. I don't know what's doing it, but yeah, I always had a crush on this dude. I have. Let me see what his sign is. Hold on. You sexy motherfucker. Oh, he's a Sagittarius. Maybe that's why. But do some of y'all see what I'm talking about? He got a little sex appeal, if you ask me. He definitely probably got some Capricorn energy because of that bone structure. So you too? Yo, you too, Adrian? Yes, he got that sex. Yes. So he was in Prison Break? I never saw that. I need to see that. Yeah, but he could get it. Oh my God. Diana said he has no lips. I would make an exception for him. Look, he got keen features. So it makes sense that he don't have much lips. But I would make an exception. Usually I'm not into men that don't have lips, but shit. Yeah. I like William Fichtner or whatever you want to call it. So Callie92 said weird fine. Yeah, I'll accept that. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Dr. Kim said he looks so masculine. Yeah, uh-huh. Alice said he does have nice bone structure. His eyes are nice. Mm-hmm. He got some long eyelashes too. Like when you see him from the side, oh. Diana said, y'all can have it. All right. So that basically concludes. Wait, did I finish the whole list? Let me see. And I might have some honorable mention. Okay, a few more. Florence Henderson of the Brady Bunch. She's included in the actors. So here's my list of saviors, heroes, gurus, and magicians. David Copperfield, big time stage magician, has Mars and Pisces. Stan Lee, who was one of the creators of Marvel Comics, has Mars and Pisces in comics. Superheroes, very Mars and Pisces. Anybody know who this person is? Let me pull this person up real quick. And again, I just want to thank people for being patient with me. Those who have put in for the super chat, y'all about to get your questions answered very soon. Now she's come under fire in the last few years for her change in her belief system. And it really made me wonder about like how genuine she really is. And some people with Mars and Pisces, they could be kind of fake with it. Does anybody know who that is? Some of y'all, since y'all are into astrology and tarot and angel cards and stuff, oracle cards, some of you people may recognize this woman. Let me pull up her little story. Anybody know who that is? Oh, Diana got it. Yes, that's Doreen Virtue. Now, some people probably heard of her name before. Let me just pull up her bio real quick. She's made oracle cards and stuff like that. Yes, that's Doreen Virtue. Now, recently, she's came out and switched her belief system, and I think now she's become a Christian, and she don't mess with the oracle cards anymore. So let me just get her bio real quick. So a lot of people got mad at her because she basically like did a flip flop in terms of what she believes. Now, how come I can't find a Wikipedia page for her? You would think so because she's very prominent in the spiritual community. I'm trying to find an objective view. So she's known as a wait a minute. It says Doreen Virtue, the daughter of a Christian Science spiritual healer. Okay, so they're going to tell a little bit about her. So Doreen Virtue, she's a PhD. The daughter of a Christian Science spiritual healer, is a fourth generation metaphysician who blends psychology, psychic practices, and A Course in Miracles into her counseling practice and writing. She has appeared on many national television programs, including Oprah, has had her work featured in a variety of newspapers and magazines, and has written a dozen books. She resides in Southern California. So, one of her most popular books is A Course in Miracles, but she also has put out a number of oracle decks as well. Yeah, exactly. That's what made me wonder who's reading this. She fuck up. Yeah, she's sanctified in the Lord now and all that type of stuff. So makes you really wonder where she, if she was always genuine, considering that. All right, and then so she's in my guru category. Also, in terms of saviors, heroes, gurus, I have James Baldwin, and he's basically kind of a hero in terms of the literary field for Black writers. LeBron James, he's kind of seen as a hero or a savior in terms of basketball. Everybody wants him on their team. Robert Kiyosaki, anybody know who that is? Let me pull up a picture of this dude because you'll know him when you see him. Because just about everybody either read his book or got his CDs at one point thinking that they was going to become rich. I think he's kind of a fraud. Well, no, I don't think he's a fraud, but basically he's selling a lot of people on a pipe dream, and he's gotten rich just off of the books and the seminars that he basically licenses his name out for. Yes, Rich Dad Poor Dad. He got Mars and Pisces. Robert Kiyosaki. A lot of people was reading his book or they got his CDs. Hell, I bought his damn CDs back in the day. I think I still have them. So yeah, that whole Rich Dad Poor Dad. He's basically become an icon in terms of like the finance world or helping people to make it rich and stuff like that. He does seem like he's uptight, don't he? So he is a fake. I wouldn't be surprised. Mars and Pisces, yeah. And he does seem uppity too. Callie said, I remember seeing his face when I was younger. Y'all, he was plastered all over the place. He was big time at one point. What was it? Like the late 90s, early 2000s? Supernova said, I never finished his book. Roman said, I bought his book. Bought his back a long time ago. A lot of these self-help gurus are fake. Yeah, very much so. And then we have Jackie Robinson. He basically broke the color barrier in terms of Major League Baseball back in the day. So he would be seen as a hero. George Washington Carver. He's seen as like a hero or kind of like a magician because of the peanut. Like, I think he was a little autistic because he was going crazy over the peanuts. Let's pull up a picture of George Washington Carver. Ain't that the peanut dude? He came up with like 10,000 inventions for the goddamn peanut. He was peanut everything. Peanut butter, peanut brittle, peanut cookies, peanuts and chocolate, peanuts and caramel. He was all over those peanuts. He was addicted to peanuts, which is very much Mars and Pisces. He was a peanut nut. And you know he invented the Snickers bar. No, I'm just playing. He didn't invent the Snickers. But he did come out with a number of inventions dealing with the peanut. Let me look and see how many inventions he came out with. Like, and you know, sometimes to be great, you do got to become obsessed. You said peanut soap. You do need to become very much immersed in what you love, immersed in your passion. And that's what he did with the peanuts. He had peanuts coming out of his ears. You know, his wife was tired of him. She was like, will you leave them goddamn peanuts alone and come to bed? She ain't get no sex dealing with this fool because he was constantly dealing with some goddamn peanuts. Let me see. Peanut invention. He was like, you can take the peanut and you can turn it into butter. You can take the peanut and you can turn it into hair grease. You can take the peanut and you can make oil out of it. Let me put peanut inventions. It's like sometimes I feel like a nut. Sometimes I don't. All right, let's see real quick. I swear it was a lot of inventions with this damn peanut. So honors, legacy, let me see. And see, you know, back then they really wasn't putting patents on a lot of stuff. So he probably should have made more money than what he did. Come on, I want to get to the peanuts. So it says, while a professor at Tuskegee Institute, Carver developed techniques to improve soils depleted by repeated plantings of cotton. So he came out with a way to improve soil, which is pretty dope. He wanted poor farmers to grow other crops such as peanuts and sweet potatoes as a source of their own food and to improve their quality of life. The most popular of his 44 practical bulletins for farmers contained 105 food recipes using peanuts. So just the food recipes. No, I'm lying, Asha. He didn't invent the Snickers bar. But he did come up with 105 food recipes using peanuts. Although he spent years developing and promoting numerous products made from peanuts, none became commercially successful. And then some white man started the Planters Company, and that was all she wrote. He should have sued that dude. He should have sued the Planters Company. He should have sued Jets. He should have sued Peter Pan Peanut Butter. Come on now. He probably died a poor man, and them companies just took his inventions and ran with it. Because back then, he probably wasn't applying for the necessary patents and shit. That's fucked up. So you asked, was he a Virgo? What was his sun sign? He was a damn, they don't even have his date of birth on Wikipedia. But he's in astro theme, so let me look him up real quick. Because they had him down with Mars and Pisces. His wife was like, will you put them goddamn peanuts down? So he was a Gemini, according to Astro Theme. And Geminis, they can get some idea and then run crazy with it. So yeah. But yeah, me and him, we would have been divorcing over them damn peanuts. So somebody said he's a Cancer. Why is Astro Theme saying he is a Gemini? It says May 24th, 1864. So I don't know where you're getting Cancer from. You're saying Dr. Ken says his birth wasn't even recorded. All right, so I think that's it. Let me get to these super chats. Hopefully I don't have too many of them because I am getting kind of tired. But just for honorable mention's sake, other Mars and Pisces individuals that I didn't mention that really don't fall into any particular category. We got J. Cole. J. Cole looks like he will have Mars and Pisces. Is he a Pisces sun? We also got MC Hammer. That contributed to his dancing. We got the rapper Rakim. He has Mars and Pisces. Rakim is kind of iconic in terms of 80s hip hop. Burt Bacharach. Burt Bacharach was a wonderful composer and musician, and he wrote a lot of songs. Okay, thanks for I'll check the email. He wrote a lot of songs for Dionne Warwick. Burt Bacharach. I love his music. And then Cleveland, Ohio has Mars and Pisces. And Wanda Sykes, the comedian, has Mars and Pisces. And I never found Wanda Sykes to be funny. All right, so J. Cole is an Aquarius. But see, I really see that Mars and Pisces in him shine through. So I could definitely see the Pisces energy in J. Cole. Because he kind of reminds me of my Pisces nephew. So that's interesting. All right, let's get into these super chats. Thank you, everybody, for tuning into this Mars and Pisces live stream. It was pretty long, but I hope you enjoyed it. Let me get to these super chats. Manage videos. Monetization. Supers. All right. So who was the first one? I think Lisa. I know you were posting yours kind of early. Moan and Me said, looking forward to the next Will chapter. So that was from last time. And then I remember Temperance Cole, you sent me a super sticker. Thank you. And then Marley, thank you. Lisa Lena, you asked how my brother sees me. You also asked about that, so I got that. Kawhi. Okay, so Kawhi, you're up. Thanks for being so patient. You said info on Sun in Virgo, 18th degree, 11th house. How do you find that little degree symbol like that? I need to find it on my laptop. You said 11th house, square Saturn. That Sun square Saturn can be rough. It can manifest as depression. It can also manifest as an inability to thrive, and it could be due to being in certain areas, and it could be also due to a health condition. Also, you could end up not having many friends with your sun in the 11th house squaring Saturn. So that could be an issue. Or you might find friends that just use you for your help. Sun square Saturn can also be problematic in terms of having children. So a child could have some type of developmental delays, or there could be some issue with growth or whatever like that. So that could be a particularly challenging aspect. So I always say with Sun Square Saturn, you got to find, or not even find, you got to create your own happiness. You can't expect people to make you happy. And there could be times where you're just not happy, but that's okay. You might tend to look on the negative side of life, be a little bit pessimistic or cynical after you done gained a lot of worldly experience. So hopefully that helps. I Shine says, have my Saturn and Pisces in 12th house, any event advice? Well, with that 12th house Saturn and Pisces, there's a chance you could spend at least one night in jail. I always say that. Now, I'm saying it kind of in jest, but it could be true at some point. And it might not even be anything you did. It could just be some fluke, or you could be a mistaken identity, or maybe you did, like maybe you had too much to drink, you got behind the wheel, or so forth. Also, with that Saturn and Pisces in the 12th house, it would help to work either in a healing profession. Also, if you're very spiritual, you might do some spiritual work and get paid for doing it. Donating to a charitable cause is something that you could do to channel that Saturn and Pisces in the 12th house constructively. You could have some dreams about the future. Some of these dreams could be troubling. You could have psychic visions when you're awake, even. Just becoming familiar with the paranormal is very prominent. Also, your father might have been neglectful. He may not have been in your life like that. You may not know much about him. If he was in your life, you could really cherish the relationship you had with him. But a lot of times, Saturn and Pisces can deal with where you don't have much of a relationship with your father. So hopefully that helps. Temperance Cold Tarot. So you sent me a super sticker, $20. Thank you so much. That is so generous of you. We have Ramon Buchanan. You sent me a super chat. You said, will me and Darren be friends with benefits, or will we be a couple eventually? All right, let's see. Tell me again. Tell me again, my baby, that we'll be lovers and friends. Whenever somebody asks that question, I gotta sing that song. Baby, how you doing? What he say? She said, oh, I'm ready to ride. Yeah, 'cause once you get inside, you can't change your mind. Don't mean to sound impatient, but you gotta promise, baby. Oh, okay. Let me get serious. Okay, so you said, will we be friends with benefits, or will we be a couple eventually? Take a shot of this Patron, and it's gonna be on. VIP done got way too crowded. I'm about to end up calling it a night. All right. I got the Eight of Swords, which tells me that y'all gonna be more friends with benefits than a committed couple. I don't see y'all being a couple. I'm seeing there's some serious communication issues between y'all. And even with the friends with benefits, that might be real tense. Might not even work out well. So you said, what's next for me this week? I'm a Sagittarius sun. You gonna be singing, VIP done got way too crowded. I'm about to end up calling it a night. Keisha, holla at your girl. All right, let's see. So you said this week. So are you talking about the last few days of this week? Look like you had some difficulties this week. Maybe somebody was blowing up your phone or sending you all these text messages, stressing you the hell up out. But it looks like the rest of this week is going to be more relaxing, more like where you're going to feel at ease. You might even be going to an event, like taking some workshop, something like that. You might even be doing some traveling, even if it's just going out of town, like the next town over or something like that. It would also be nice to do something to prepare you for what's ahead. So it just seemed like you got a lot to do. So no sense being idle, even with Mars and Pisces. So get on it in terms of what you need to be working on. Looks like you got some type of ambition that you're trying to achieve, and you can make some progress before this week is out. So hopefully that helps. King Jason, what's up? You said, hey, Rahbinah, I sent you the email about the 18 video with me, and I wanted to ask you if I could be successful in music career with my catchy beats and lyrics. All right, let's see. Thank you for your super chat. Because once you get inside, you can't change your mind. Don't mean to sound impatient, but you gotta promise, baby. All right, let's see. Now, I'm seeing that you could be successful, but be realistic about it, because I'm seeing that you could be disappointed along the way. Disappointed that maybe your music isn't taking off, or your music career is not taking off in the manner that you wanted it to. But if you continue to stick with it, and if you're willing to change with the times, then you will be successful. Don't paint yourself in a corner in terms of your music career, where you're just doing one genre of music, or where you're just very rigid in terms of the type of music that you're producing. So, yeah, but good luck, King Jason. Does look like you're going to be successful, but again, try not to be too rigid in terms of your mindset or your creative expression when it comes to music. Lisa, thank you for your super chat. You said, will I age gracefully? Of course you're asking that with a Leo sun, Lord have mercy. And with you being a Virgo ascendant, there's a high chance you are going to age gracefully. Speaking of age, I was feeling like looking real old this week. I was like, damn, I need to get my ass into the spa or something. Maybe I need to go back to that massage therapist. Make me feel young again. So, Lisa, I got the Four of Swords followed by the Nine of Cups, which tells me you will age gracefully. You're going to age like fine wine. Thank you again, Temperance Cold Tarot, for your super chat. Johnny, thank you for your super chat. You said, love your jokers, people. And then we got Melanated Sun. You said, will I get my nursing degree, or will I end up getting reimbursed? Will I move this year? So will you get your nursing degree, or will you end up getting reimbursed? Let's see. I think you asked me something before about that. And I think you sent me another super chat like a week ago, and I forgot to answer it. I think it was something about how the rest of this year is going to be. So, sorry about that. So I'll look into the rest. I'll pull one card for the rest of this year too. So, I got the Ten of Pentacles, which looks more so like a nursing degree than the reimbursement. So, looks like nursing degree. And then you said, will I move this year? Will you be moving this year? I got the Six of Swords. That's a yes. I was born underwater with $3.06. And you might laugh, because you did not do your math. The world keeps turning. All right, you said, Kawhi, honey, thank you for your super chat. Will I pass my cardo phlebotomy certification exam? Okay. Oh, what a day. What a day. What a day. Peace and blessings manifest with every lesson learned. If your knowledge was your wealth, then it would be well earned. If we were made in his image, then call us by our names. Most intellects do not believe in God, but they fear us just the same. On and on and on and on. My cipher keeps moving like a rolling stone. On and on. Speaking of Rolling Stone, I was looking at the Vlad interview with Kevin Samuels, and he did admit that his father wasn't really in his life. He basically was like, Papa was a Rolling Stone, and you could tell he was real butthurt about Vlad bringing his father up. I got the star, which tells me that you will pass that certification exam. Oh, on and on and on and on. My cipher keeps moving like a Rolling Stone. Feeling kind of hungry, 'cause my high is coming down. Thank you so much, Roma, for your super chat. You said, thank you for the Mars and Pisces live stream. You're welcome. Diana said, I got my braces removed yet, but I noticed one front tooth is, let me see, slightly twisted, flared. Will the ortho fix it for me? Will it be expensive? Okay, Diana, thank you. On and on and on and on. All right. So will the ortho fix it? I got the magician, which is a yes. So let me look and see if it'll be expensive. Every woman has her own method of operation. Where you do your thing, it doesn't matter. I like to live my life dangerously. Wait a minute, I got the Wheel of Fortune. So Wheel of Fortune doesn't mean that it's going to be too expensive, but it could be higher than what you thought with that Wheel of Fortune. But the ortho, he might do something where it's not that costly, and it might be included in your insurance if you have that with that Wheel of Fortune. Tavette, thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you so much. Now, I think I got some cash apps too, so let me pull that up. But that's it for the super chats. Yay. That means I'm almost out of here. Not that I want to go. The way you like your man, I like a man who lends a hand on mine. Sugar daddy if he's handy. The real story is my green eyes are fit to kill. All right, Daniel, thank you so much for your cash app. Jessica, I'm going to get to you in a minute. Nigeria, we got Rena, so Rena's first. So you said, me and my boyfriend broke up. What's his mental state? I'm sorry about the breakup, but maybe it's for the best. What is his mental state right now? He's like, tears on my pillow, pain in my heart over you. His mental state is death. So he's really feeling this breakup, and that's telling me he's not the same right now. He's going through it. His friends are wondering what the hell is his problem. He's probably not trying to go back. Oh, Tavette, I got your question. I didn't see you posted before. His friends are probably wondering what's going on with him. He probably ain't answering his phone. Hey, Cameron. Cameron is a Diggable Planet now. Thanks for joining the Diggable Planets. Yeah, so that death card can mean that he's feeling very dejected, but it can also mean that like he's getting rid of whatever signs of you he has around. Now, just because the death card is present doesn't mean that he's giving up totally. So, but yeah, he's feeling really flat, feeling very demotivated right now, but maybe that's what he gets. All right, Tavette, thank you for your cash out. You said, will my move back to California go smoothly? Okay. Look at old George with them peanuts. his breath always smelled like peanuts. And that's not a really good smell when it's been lingering on your breath. I got Wheel of Fortune, so your move will go smoothly. And that's a perfect card to get about a move. All right, Jessica, you said, what does having Mars and North Node in the same house sign mean? Specifically for me, Pisces in the eighth house, Mars at the 29th degree, and North Node at the 13th degree. Well, go back to what I was saying about Mars and Pisces in the eighth house, so some of that might apply to you. Now, you just got to be careful about some of the men you could attract because they could have some deep, dark secret. They could have a sexual secret, even. Now, this could also be a man that is in need of your support, and you might find that he needs too much of your support. You might start enabling him in terms of certain things. He might also have an issue with drinking or drugs. That could be an issue. He might also have passive aggressiveness. Now, in terms of you, that could be where you just have a passion for, finding out secrets. It could be like dealing with conspiracy theories and stuff like that. Also, you might have to operate undercover, do some flim flam, slick shit at various times in your life just to get over, just to make it through, all that type of stuff. And in some cases, that could be a positive placement, especially when it comes to getting money from men, having a man support you or help you out, or being able to get money through getting tips or commissions, especially for some type of artistic work that you create or something like that. Reselling items, especially items that are rare or hard to find. Could be you are finding like jewelry that's old, like vintage jewelry or estate sale jewelry, and reselling it for a high price. So that could be how you work that Mars in Pisces with the North Node in that eighth house. And a secret sexual affair is always a possibility. All right, so we got Diggable Planet Supreme Goddess. So you had a question. You said, I am currently in school to get my degree in nursing. Is that a good idea? All right. You said, thanks so much. You're the best. Oh, thank you. I feel like I earned my root beer for tonight. I'll say another root beer. I need to chill, though. Oh my God, it's almost midnight. I gotta hurry up and go. I'm starting to get old now. I'm starting to really have like a bedtime, which is like not like me because I used to be a night owl, stay up all night. I got the Four of Wands, which means that this is a good idea for you. Nursing school, very much so. All right. So you said, how can I work with my Mars and Taurus opposition my moon in Moon, Pluto, and Scorpio moon? Well, there could be times where you feel forced out of a living situation. You might also feel like, you need support in terms of a living situation. So it might be hard to make it on your own, to live on your own. That could be an issue. Problems within your family could be an issue. Sometimes it might seem like it's you against your whole family. So that could be an issue. Also, pest control. There might be a need for pest control in your home at some point. Also, keeping things in order, keeping things clean and stuff like that could be an issue as well. Now, with the type of man that you're attracting, you could attract a man that does a lot for you, like financially and stuff, but then he might want a lot of control over you at the same time. He might always be accusing you of cheating on him and stuff. He might be very insecure and very possessive over you. So that could be one of the things that occurs, or some of the things that occur with that placement. Let me see who else we got. Daniel, thank you for your Cash App. You said, for advice for Saturn in the first squaring Pluto in the 10th. Employment could be one of your main challenges, but not just employment, coming up with the right career path and settling on it. Like, you might change career paths before you've even given it enough time, or giving yourself enough time to really gain enough experience and really become a master at your work. So also, this could be where somebody tries to basically subvert your efforts, or they might be manipulative. Could even be a boss that's trying to manipulate you in terms of the workplace. So you could be working in a toxic environment or a toxic or oppressive, I'll say, workplace at times. So that could be problematic. There could be times where you just need to quit a job simply because you're being mistreated and things like that. Also, that can produce a problem with your bones as well. You could end up hurting yourself on the job, and it could be a crushing blow that results in a broken bone with that hookup right there. But Saturn square Pluto can be really hard in terms of just settling upon a career path and being satisfied with it. You might also feel like there's this void in your life that you just can't fill anywhere and with anybody. But it would help for you to get more meaning in your life. Like you might have a string of meaningless jobs, and that might really get to you after a while. So you always have to have some type of meaning in your life, even when it comes to the type of work that you do. All right, so let me see. We got A. McKinney. Thank you for your Cash App. You said, my question is, what is the deal with my husband's father? He has never seen him, and when he was born, his grandmother told his mom to tell his father that my husband was stillborn. What? So wait a minute, let me read this again. When he was born, his grandmother told his mom to tell his father that my husband was stillborn. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Why are they being so secretive about this? Well, this is very Mars and Pisces. You said, was his dad married, product of rape, or does she just not know who his father is? Interesting question. So what's up with your husband's father? That's some crazy shit going on. But if you notice, a lot of people kept secrets back in the day. And it was so, everything was so hush hush. If it was like some crazy shit. Oh, George Washington Carver was never married. Well, it makes sense because he was too busy playing around with them damn peanuts. That's what it was. Them peanuts took up all of his time. And he was probably asexual too. So I got the Three of Wands, which tells me that it could be like how you suspect, that she didn't know who the father was. It could have been a number of dudes that, got a little taste of that. So it probably was a situation like that. And it was probably, could have even been where his father wasn't basically up to par. It could have been something shameful about him. And it could have been on some type of, matter of fact, that Three of Wands, this is what I'm getting from that. Because this is like shit that would happen back in the day. So, you know how sailors would come home, like in the Navy, they would come home on the break, they would have a break, or they would actually, stop in some port town. So it could have been a situation like that, where his mother got with some sailor when he was on leave, and then he just got back on the Navy ship, went out of town, and basically, so it could be some shit where she is kind of ashamed about who that father was, or again where she didn't know exactly who it was. But I think it was more so, it was shameful in terms of who he was, in terms of not being her husband or whatever like that. But yeah, this is really interesting. All right, next question. Dr. Ken. So you said, thank you. So you said, my sun and Mercury trine my crush's ascendant. Does that mean I like him more than he likes me? Now that can mean that the two of y'all are very compatible, like on a conversational level, and y'all can easily relate to each other. It was very easy for y'all to basically click in terms of talking to each other and stuff like that. But it doesn't have to be where you like him more than he likes you. It could even be a mutual thing. But I will say, you could be putting more feelings into it, more stock into it with your moon and Mercury being in trine to his ascendant. Like when I think of that, I think of you having a picture of him next to your bed, so that when you wake up, you'll be looking at him and shit. You said, because if it do, I ain't putting up with no damn Virgo. Oh yeah, since he's a Virgo, be careful. You don't want to put him on a pedestal or make him think that he's better than what he is, because he'll lose his mind over that and really be acting like his shit don't stink. So you might want to pull back a little bit. So yeah, so Sun, Moon, and Mercury trying your ascendant, you might be putting too much into it. So sometimes you might have to force yourself to fall back a little bit, because you could be giving too much of your time, too much of your mental energy, too much of your conversation. You might be, you know, basing your recreational time around him a bit too much. So, yeah, if you feel like you're giving a bit too much and it's not balanced, you might want to pull back a little bit. But that trine definitely denotes physical attraction on both ends. So I will say that. And y'all probably look good together too. All right. And then let me see who else I got. So Natasha, you said Mars and Pisces live was lit. Thank you so much, Natasha. So she sent me a PayPal, very generous PayPal for the live stream. So I really appreciate that. And I think I got everybody out the way, right? I think I got everybody. And I'm about to cut up out of here. Oh, I didn't read that part with Diana, but I did give you the answer. You said front tooth is slightly twisted, flared. But remember, I said the ortho will fix it. And I don't think it's going to be as expensive as you think. But yeah, that's basically the Mars and Pisces live stream. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Hope y'all learned something. Hope you got some insight or whatever. And yeah, just be careful when dealing with Mars and Pisces, because they could be coming with that sneak attack. But thank you for joining me. I'll be back maybe tomorrow or the next day with a live stream for Taurus season. Stay tuned for that. I still got to continue reading Will Smith's boring ass book, but I'm going to get through it. And I got some more goodies for y'all too. So stay tuned. Love y'all and enjoy your weekend. Bye.